It's not in there.
Must cite specific statutory provision. Well,
Looks like you got.
Lindsay to the rescue.
I think so. Jody at the top of my page, it says Jody. Just wanted you to
I'm
know.
very flattered.
Yeah,
Wait, depends on what you say after it.
yeah, it's blank.
Can you hear us okay, Mary?
I can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We couldn't hear you, Mary.
I can hear you, Mary. Can
Okay,
the
my
rest of you
mic
hear me?
is. I can hear you, Christian.
Okay, we can hear each other.
Commissioner
Now we
Sarah,
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear you now.
That's good. You can hear us both?
Loud and clear.
Very good.
Oh, good. Okay, thanks.
okay, everybody ready? Yes, here we go. I'm gonna open the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal and informal session for July 14th, 2022. It is 10 o'clock in the morning. And Commissioner Kula, would you lead us in the flag salute, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
For all.
Thank you. And just a reminder, we will be holding an executive session after the formal session, and the topic is regarding property. Item C is calendaring session. Anything to add to the calendar that wasn't already on there?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, I added Derby Days, so that should be on there for this weekend. So, oh, and the Street of Dreams opening on Wednesday night. So otherwise, I think we're good.
I know it's not, I just wanted to, I'm not sure if all the commissioners got the email, but we did have the invite from the city of Dayton.
I was
Looks
just
like,
about to forward it in case you didn't get it.
you know, for August 18th, it looks like restarting the city county dinners. So I know it's not going to be part of the joint calendar, but it is something I just wanted to confirm that all the commissioners received that, and please let us know
Yeah.
how you'd
Okay.
like to proceed.
Sounds good. Item D is public comment. This time period is reserved for public comment on any topic other than an agenda item, a quasi judicial land use matter, or a topic scheduled for a public hearing. We did receive some written public comments so far on one of our agenda items. But is there anyone in the audience who would like to offer public comment that is not regarding an agenda item? Or if you are online, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, seeing and hearing none, we will move on to our presentation for today. So we are being joined by our 2022 Yamhill County Fair ambassadors. If I don't know if all three, maybe we can move a chair up and have all three of you sit right here by the microphone. Does that work? And you'll just have to kind of move the microphone back and forth when you're speaking. So we are joined by Madison Bingman, who is a graduate of Amity, and then Shannon Kelly and Cadence Bertner, who are graduates of Yamhill Carleton. Welcome.
Thank you.
And this isn't meant to be scary. It's a conversation. We just wanted to ask you a couple of questions and really give you some opportunity to come and speak and practice public speaking, because that's part of your role as an ambassador. So I think just to kick us off, we would love to hear a little bit about you. So if you could spend a couple of minutes just telling us about who you are and what your goals are for the next step in your life. Sure.
Just move it, right?
Yeah, just move it closer so we can hear.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cadence Vertner. I am a graduate from YC or Yamhill Carleton. So for the past 4 years in high school, I've been a part of volleyball. I did softball for a year. I have done mock trial, and mock trial is kind of like theater, but for court. And so we have like a fake court case that we run through as attorneys, and it's a lot of fun. And I've also done, FFA for 4 years, and I've been the chapter vice president and chapter treasurer. I've also been a part of ASB at my high school, where I was a vice president and treasurer for 2 years. And I also have done leadership, where I had 45 hours of service each semester for all 4 years. And kind of like why I wanted to be a fair and rodeo ambassador is because for the past 9 years, I think it was now, 9 years, since 4th grade, the fairground for a week has been my home. And I don't know what I would do without it, because it definitely builds me up and makes me a better person each year with the service hours I have, helping set it up, helping people move their animals, and just how much fun I've had for the past 9 years in that solid week. My plans after now, I'm gonna attend Tarleton State University in Stephenville, Texas, where I want to become an ag teacher to help the new generation learn more about ag, because I feel that the next generation isn't being taught how important ag is and how much it is in our lives today.
Yeah, amen to that. Thank you. Madison?
Hi, I'm Madison Bingman. I'm a graduate from Amity High School. The past 4 years through high school, I've done soccer, basketball. I did 2 years of track and 2 years of softball. I've also been part of the Amity FFA chapter. I've been Sentinel, and this year I was able to be president. I'm also in a 4-H club. I'm president of that. I'm also part of the 4-H county ambassadors, Yamhill County ambassadors. I have also been a junior superintendent at the fair. So I've been going around and helping like the little kids during fair time with their animals and everything. After high school, I'm going to go to Shemeketa for 2 years and do my basic studies. And then I'm going to go to a university and get a sports science degree to become a high school or college coach.
Great, thank you.
Hi, I'm Shannon Kelly. I am a graduate of Yamhill Carleton High School. I have participated in 4-H this will be my 10th year. I've shown rabbits mainly and goats and a bunch of static and horticulture exhibits. In school, I play basketball and soccer, and this year I did competition cheer. I was captain of my basketball team and my soccer team. After high school, I am going to PCC and getting my basic studies done, and then transferring to Oregon State to get my doctorate of veterinary medicine. And then beyond that, I want to be a theriogenologist, which is a reproductive veterinarian.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Can you
So
say what the word is again?
yeah.
Theriogenologist.
Okay. thank you.
Theriogenologist.
I confess that it was a new one to me.
So we put together a set of questions. The questions came from each one of the commissioners, and I think it's pretty clear which one submitted which one. But we'll start with one of the harder ones. So I'm just going to sort of rotate who goes first, and just brief 1 to 2 minute answer for each one of these. So the first question is, what are the characteristics of a free market economy?
That was not my question.
So if you want to go first.
I was about to say that there's no right or wrong answer, but the person asking the question may think differently.
There is no right or wrong answer.
Okay, so some of the characteristics of a free market economy is that the individual companies can make or they can decide what they want to do with their own personal resources and not have to depend on the government to make that intervention or like tell them what they can do. So this promotes them to make more profit and have more competition in the economy, and also be able to have their own private property and what they want to do with those resources on that private property.
Absolutely. Very good answer.
So when I think of a free market economy, some of the key risks are like having a free choice. So you're able to have your own company, or you want to start your own business. So you basically have that free choice to start your own business and start selling your own kind of products to the community.
Shannon?
My fellow ambassadors pretty much summed it up. Basically, free market economy is you have your own personal choice to do what you want.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Starrett, any follow-up to that? I'm outing you as it's your question.
No, I just want to, I just want to say how impressive it is, not only to see what you've accomplished, and very much appreciate the fact that you've been at every event and every parade so far, and I know you're going to continue the rest of the summer. You've just hit every community. A real credit to your county and to your parents, and it's just really impressive. We see the importance of 4-H, FFA, and we want to thank former Commissioner Leslie Lewis. She's been a wonderful mentor and coach and support. So thank you for being here, and you're very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so question number 2, and we'll start with Madison on this one. And this is my question, because after seeing their 2 questions, I thought, oh yeah, I got to throw them a softball here. So what is the most memorable experience you've had so far carrying out the duties of a fair ambassador?
So all activities have been so much fun. I love going to all the parades and just seeing everyone excited about everything that's going on. My most memorable so far has been the St. Paul. I loved watching the rodeo, and the parade was so big and there were so many people, and it was just so much fun to promote our fair. And I just loved every minute of it. So it was a lot of fun.
So in the St. Paul Rodeo, did they introduce you guys as royalty?
Yeah, they did, because they
Oh,
gave us
neat.
a little royalty plaque. So
Okay,
that was really
great.
cool.
Cheyenne?
So far, my most memorable part of being an ambassador would be the St. Paul Rodeo also. We did a Queen's Luncheon, and we got to meet a bunch of the royalty from the surrounding fairs and rodeos. The best part was when we met the sweetheart of Oregon. She's like this little 7-8-year-old girl, and she asked for pictures with us, which was great.
I'm gonna have to disagree with both of them about my most memorable moment, and I'm gonna say it was the Carlton Fun Days parade, because we got off the truck and we walked by the side of it and got to say hi to everybody. And for me, that was the most memorable, because I went and high-fived all the little kids, and I'm like, I hope you guys are excited to come see the county fair, and like kind of got like seeing them and how happy they were to like see older kids, or the cowgirls as they called us. Like it was just so memorable because how excited they were and how much like excitement we brought them coming and giving them a high five. And it was just pretty memorable to me.
Neat. Okay, so this one will start with Shanna. And this is obviously Commissioner Kula's question, or one of them.
I did bring 2, so I could just
But
do
I have to
one.
say, I am very interested in hearing your answer to this too.
Yeah,
So
I think I know the answer from one person to one question. So.
as farmers in Oregon age out of farming, also known as retiring out, what specific proposals do you have for bringing new people into commercial farming and ranching?
For me, I think it's big on advocating. So we need to make people more aware of what is going on and how much agriculture has an impact on the world. Like Cadence said, she wants to become an ag teacher.
Mhm.
That is a great opportunity for her to advocate for agriculture and how important it is in the US.
Yeah, great answer.
So I think just advertising to the younger generation, get them excited about farming, and then get them into wanting to do something to help out their community.
For me, I saw it when I heard this question. I got kind of excited because this is what I want to do when I get older. Like I want to advocate for agriculture because it's such a big part of this world. And for me, how we can get more people to like follow the footsteps of the older generation is by starting in the classroom, because not everybody grows up on a ranch or on a farm. I didn't. And then when I got into an ag classroom and I learned about ag and I found my passion for it, that's where I learned where I wanted to be an ag teacher and I want to have a farm or a ranch when I get older. So I think that advocating for the agriculture is great, but it needs to start in the classroom, at least in middle school. So kids understand what it is, even if they aren't on the farm, because maybe that is their passion. You never know. So I think it needs to start in the classroom young.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention the estate tax, which is also known as the death tax. So do a little research on that too. That's a big part of preventing farms from being passed down generationally. So, okay, well, I think that gets through all three of our questions. We are just very proud to have all three of you represent the county, and look forward to seeing you at Derby Days this weekend. And I think you're supposed to go over to the News Register now and visit with Starla. She's going to do an interview and some photos with you guys. So do you know where that is?
Just a 4-minute walk from here.
It is.
I looked it up on
I have the
Google
address. Or maybe Gary,
Thank
you want to
you.
point it out? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you
for
Yeah, it's
having
really good to
us.
hear from all of you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having you in the community.
Oh, I want to get a picture of you there. Just a second. I have Leslie in my head.
Yes.
Get pictures. Okay, awesome.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to item F, which is department updates. We have no updates today. Item G, work session. There is no work session. Item H is our consent agenda. We have a couple items on it. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Chair, I
Chair,
move.
I move approval.
We heard her, but her lips weren't
Yes.
moving, so. Okay, Commissioner Stewart moves approval. Is there further discussion?
No, Chair.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Okay, item I1 under old business is consideration of the adoption of the written decision findings and conditions in the matter of an application for an outdoor mass gathering permit by the Home Builders Association of Metropolitan Portland, also known as the applicant, approving an outdoor mass gathering permit for the 2022 Northwest Natural Gas Street of Dreams at 16561 Northeast Coast Drive. Is it Coast Drive, Sherwood, Oregon, and at 15299 Northeast Quarry Road in Newburgh, Oregon on July 20th and from July 23rd through August 14th of 2022. And this is continued from last week, July 7th. And we did receive considerable
I was like, are you gonna
emails.
say it? Yes, you should say it.
Emails and public testimony to a certain extent with concerns over one of the locations in McMinnville and how it was left off of our mass gathering permit. Just to kind of recap, the permit, obviously, as you can see, does not address the satellite homes in McMinnville. So the reason it wasn't included is because they don't feel that the traffic is going to garner a mass gathering at these homes. It'll be more like an open house. And so I think, to be fair, there were definitely some communication mishaps with HBA and not notifying the neighborhood adequately as to what the plan was. And so we have started to hear from those neighbors in the past week, and it sounds like all three of us have sort of been tag teaming the response. And so I think at this point, we have addressed all of those concerns. Rachel Trice from HBA has sent out a mass email to the entire neighborhood as well as the commissioners, relaying their plan for traffic, potential damage or impact to property, parking, blocking off certain driveways. I feel like they've really kind of stepped in to accommodate what was probably a lack of communication or at least delayed communication. So we appreciate them for that. And I think that at this point, we feel like it's good to go and everyone's satisfied. And Rachel did offer her cell phone number. So in case anything happens during the events, she can be immediately available. I have also offered my cell phone number, as I'm sure my colleagues have as well. So we should be covered. So that said, I will take a motion to approve item I1.
I move that we approve item I1.
Okay, Commissioner Kula moves approval. Is there further discussion?
Well, I would add during further discussion that I was ready to not vote to approve this after seeing initial discovering that folks really didn't know.
Yeah.
And it's always interesting to see organizations and organizers of events when pressed on a matter, how they either step up or don't. And I feel like HBA staff and Rachel in particular really stepped up and listened even when it was hard.
Yeah.
And I've really appreciated that. Sometimes that's not enough, but in this case, it looks like it is actually enough. And I will say, in the process, I also learned that Director Friday had to really figure out where to go with this permit application. And so, thank you. I hadn't sent a thank you to you, but I know that on the beginning side, you had to think about it a lot. So.
Yes, and I will say too, though, I'm impressed with the neighbors. Initially, they were quite upset, but they got to a place where they said, well, we're just going to try and make this work and make sure everybody is happy. So I appreciate that too. So. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I will call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes.
Chair,
Sure.
if I'm sorry, I didn't catch that there was an item on the consent agenda, and I know the sheriff is here. I don't know if you were here for that agenda item, but I didn't realize that was on the consent agenda. But if there were any specific questions, and I saw that the sheriff was here, I missed that was on the consent agenda. If in case there were questions about that and the reorganization. The only thing that I will say, it's going to require some further analysis as well, because with one of the bigger changes with the added position, as you know, when we go through the compensation committee and the rules around the sheriff. So now I'm going to have HR take a look at that to make sure that we make the adjustment that's consistent with what was approved by the compensation committee and the budget committee as well. Because this is going to change the highest paid position within the sheriff's office. So I just wanted to add that little bit of information. I was ready to speak to it and I saw the sheriff is here and I didn't realize I missed that it was on the consent agenda. So just in case you had questions or anything about that, I just wanted to make sure that we at least have that on the record or,
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioners, any questions for the sheriff?
No, thank you. Thanks for bringing up the compensation committee aspect of it and read the memo.
Yeah. And I'm seeing Commissioner Sarah shaking her head. So I think we're good on questions. So thank you, Sheriff. Let's see, we are on item J1, other business. Item J1 is consideration to authorize Yamhill County Health and Human Services to submit applications for American Rescue Plan Act ARPA infrastructure funding for contracted case management entities administered by the Oregon Department of Human Services, or ODHS. I will move to approve item J1. Is there a discussion though on the specific grant
No,
proposal? No. Hearing no discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Item 1 passes. Item 2, J2, is consideration of a grant agreement between Yamhill County and the State of Oregon's Secretary of State Office for election modernization in the amount of $82,000 effective upon approval through July 31st of 2023. And I believe this is addressing upgrades to things like security cameras, either outside or inside the building, technology, safety measures, those kinds of things.
Yeah, I can speak to this a little bit. Carrie Hinton, our clerk, approached me about this process because it looks like Brian had applied for this grant earlier this year. And so there's a scope of work attached to it with some security improvements. I know Carrie's working directly with the granting organization on the scope of work. And so this is to approve the grant agreement, and then the clerk will proceed with implementing it.
Sounds great. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve item J2.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. Item J3 is discussion regarding Measure 109. And I thought it might be beneficial to sort of read an overview of what Measure 109 is. It was a measure that was on the statewide ballot in Oregon in November of 2020 and passed with 55.75% of the vote. I believe it barely passed in Yamhill County. So, I mean, 50 point something percent, as I believe was the number. And just briefly, Measure 109 creates a program for administering psilocybin products such as psilocybin producing mushrooms and fungi to individuals aged 21 years and older. As of 2020, the manufacturing and consumption of psilocybin was illegal under both federal and state law. Under Measure 109, the OHA is responsible for establishing the program and creating regulations. OHA has a 2-year period to develop the program, which is why we are kind of under a deadline now in 2022 to figure out how we're going to move forward. Clients would be allowed to purchase, possess, and consume psilocybin at psilocybin service centers and under the supervision of a psilocybin service facilitator after undergoing a preparation session. Under Measure 109, the Oregon Health Authority determines who is eligible to be licensed as a facilitator, determine what qualifications, education, training, and exams are needed, and create a code of professional conduct for facilitators. OHA would set psilocybin dosage standards and labeling and packaging rules. Measure 109 allowed cities and counties to place referendums on local ballots to prohibit or allow psilocybin product manufacturers and psilocybin service centers in unincorporated areas within their jurisdictions. The measure prohibited psilocybin service centers within the limits of an incorporated city or town. And obviously after Measure 109, we had Measure 110, which kind of undermines Measure 109 in the sense that you can have personal possession of some of these things, including these mushrooms for recreational use. And the fine is, it was decriminalized. The fine is $100 or a health examination. So as a county, we are tasked with trying to figure out by August 19th, whether or not we want to refer to the ballot a ban on the manufacturing and or on the service centers, the psilocybin service centers. So we can do both. We can do one or the other, or we can do none. It is my understanding as well that
I've learned so much about this in the past week and a half, so
Yeah.
sorry.
to be honest, last year I didn't even know what psilocybin was, so we're catching up here. But it's my understanding that Measure 109 does not allow recreational use of this product.
Right. So if you're gonna consume
psilocybin products, you have to do it at the service center, and you have to stay there until you're, at least the way that they're, the rules are still being drafted, but the way they're sort of describing it is you'll have to stay on site until you're sober, for lack of a better word. So it won't be something that you should see outside the service centers. There's not supposed to be home, anything happening in a primary residence. The only limitations they really put on the zoning of either the service centers or the manufacturing is that they can't be in residential zones. At least in the city, that's sort of up for debate, whether that applies outside the city or not, but so.
It might be good though, that since that's a very broad statement, it might be good to find out.
Director Friday.
Fridays. I'm just thinking like he's the land use guy sitting beside you here. And I have the text.
Okay, well, so is the question about where we should place the facilities or?
Well, there was a statement about how there's no land use.
It's not a land use decision.
There's no land use.
There's really no restrictions.
But as
Yeah.
I see it in the state law, it's being treated kind of like anything else. So.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. And I'd like to know.
Ken, before you get too deep in your answer, if you could.
It's a good question. I'd like to know myself. And, you have said that, well, you've been paying attention to this for the last, couple of weeks, and I'm only maybe 30 days ahead of that. And I have a lot of concerns and a lot of questions about where would we put these facilities. And in listening to the group that's doing the rulemaking, local governments were asking lots of questions, and the rulemaking group is due to have the rules done by December 31st of this year. And then local governments are supposed to be signing off on January 3rd of next year. And, it's one of those things that the state did an adequate job of providing a timeline for their folks to work, but really have not provided us any time to do any of our work. And, I don't know what the regulations should be from the land use standpoint, without knowing what the rules are that they're going to cover. And so, in listening to this group, they were asking for questions. And so I submitted a comment, and I just said, just an observation. I think the concern / frustration from this is that from local government is that while we can adopt time, place, and manner, without the rules, we don't know all of the issues. And the way that the timeline is set, the rules are due at the end of December, then local governments are to start signing a few days later. So, for that reason alone, I would encourage the board to seriously look at placing this on the ballot to either opt out or to opt out for like 3 years and see how this develops. And I do want to say that I think this is a very exciting treatment from what I've read and from what I've seen. I am not against this treatment. In fact, I've got a couple of relatives that I think might actually benefit from this treatment. So it's just the land use side of it that I'm concerned about. Where are we going to place the service centers? What are the service centers going to look like? They're talking about the outdoor aspects of these service centers and identifying what they call the premises of the service centers. Right now, I think, in looking at our code, my initial response is we don't have it listed as a permitted use in any of the zones. We have a few zones, some of our commercial zones, that you can apply and say, well, this is a similar use. It's similar to something that's allowed in the zone. But otherwise, I think we'd have to add it in as a use. But in reading the measure, I'm not sure that's clear. And when my initial reading of it about the growing of the mushrooms is that, obviously that should be allowed and would be allowed in the farm zone as what I would interpret it. But then in the measure, it sounds like, well, but you can have a service center right next to where you're growing it at. And so does that mean that if we're allowing it in the farm zone, that is going to result in the service center being automatically allowed? And since, some of the treatments, and I'm probably getting way into the weeds here, but some of the treatments are for PTSD, and I'm thinking, well, what sort of conflicts would we have? Well, certain parts of the year we have propane cannons going off in the farm zone. So while someone might think, oh, this is a nice bucolic area this will be a great place for a service center, maybe it won't be, or maybe it won't be for certain times of the year, or maybe that would have no effect on it. I don't know. There are way too many questions that I have that, Commissioner Berschauer was asking about, well, how do you prevent someone from leaving if they're going to insist on leaving, even though they might still be under the effects? I don't know, and while we might be able to adopt something that, land use wise, I think that is the Oregon Health Authority to cover that, but I don't want to assume that the Oregon Health Authority is going to be covering that and then find out that they don't. I think the last, thought I have, and I got a lot of thoughts on this, but
There's so many in reply too.
Yeah. And one of the last things I have a big concern about is my experience with medical marijuana enforcement is that, it was allowed and we were supposed to sign off on certain aspects of that program. And our code enforcement person would be out driving in the county and would see, a barn that was just packed with marijuana plants, and each card holder, I think, was supposed to only have 6 marijuana plants. So we would call to Oregon Health Authority and say, hey, does this person have a approval for a medical marijuana grow, or are they growing for several different people? And they would say, well, we can't tell you. It's protected health information. And in the measure, it talks about things that we're not supposed to reveal, or that the Oregon Health Authority is not supposed to reveal related to, location and some of the information that the person may submit. Well, land use is pretty much everything's public information. So how is that going to work out? So those are just some of my thoughts. Again, I'm not against this, but I really would like to have more time to figure out what is it that we're going to do in land use to regulate it. And I also know we've got other departments like Health and Human Services and the Sheriff's Office that may want to chime in on this too.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Director.
Well, that was a lot of stuff. Chair, do you mind if I respond?
I have a bunch of probably dumb questions to respond. But
well, maybe
go ahead.
Maybe you should ask your dumb questions.
I
mean,
this,
you ask your questions that you have defined as dumb.
My basic question is, we've been through this with marijuana going from medicinal to recreational. This is on the same track. I mean, let's just face it. So I'm assuming that you don't.
I think it is I think it's a good parallel because it has it's a regulated crop with licensees and everything. Sorry.
But you don't have to have a service center in order to produce the crop, right? It's the same thing. You can transport it, move it, send it to some other processing facility, just like marijuana.
Yeah, it's a different license. So there's separate licenses for manufacturing or production. Those are falling under the same license, and then a different license for being a service center.
Right, but you can only sell it to a service center.
Yes.
Okay. And you can sell it anywhere in the state to any service center. Correct? Okay. So go ahead.
Okay.
That's my
no,
question.
it'll generate, and
That answered a bunch of them.
To Ken, to some of your questions around zoning. So ORS chapter 475A 570 provides the here are the permitted uses, here are the exceptions, right? While I'm not a land use planner, I've read enough stuff now to glom onto things like in conjunction with. And so the way that I'm reading is that there's some things that are permitted uses when you're growing, and then some things that are commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. And it even calls out conditional uses and permitted uses, right? So it does seem, at least in statute, because I haven't read the act because for some reason I wasn't able to get it loading on the Secretary of State's website. But it does seem to give us some guidelines that are more than this, at least in statute. Are you thinking that this is different than another crop? I guess that's the.
Oh, no.
I mean, I know that we can't have a farm stand and we can't have a new dwelling.
No, I'm not really I'm not that concerned about the growing of it.
Mm-hmm.
We have mushrooms that are grown out in the county. No, I
Right.
didn't mean to make it sound like that was my concern. My concern is 95% of my concern is the service centers.
Mhm.
And where are we going to put them? Are they already allowed? Do we need to put it in our code to have it allowed? You know, if you approve the grow, are you approving a service center at the same time? Initially, I thought, well, maybe we would do this as a home occupation, and you know, we'd have a certain number of clients that could be there, and I presume there would be a certain
That's
number
kind of how it was,
of
you know,
caregivers,
option,
yeah.
Mhm.
And so that it would be a conditional use, but is it written in such a way that it is, you know, outright permitted to have this service center? And later on, I read in the definition that, well, maybe you can't have it in a single family dwelling. Maybe you have to build something additional. And so I just have a lot of concerns.
You
and a
can't
lot
have
of
it in the primary residence. That's right.
That's
Yeah.
right.
So we've been through this with marijuana processing facilities, and the board, prior to me coming on, has had some pretty heated discussions, land use decisions, especially Chehala Mountain. As I recall, the board said at that time, there was no legal justification for the board to deny that facility going in, right? And even if the board placed additional parameters on it, it probably wouldn't hold up on appeal if they were unreasonable. I suppose that's also my concern with these, if we allow them, because it says in there, it's not a land use decision.
I would just clarify, I think it's that the Lux is not a land use decision because the
what?
statute, the land use compatibility statement is not a land use decision. And do you want to go into greater detail about the difference between a Lux and a conditional use permit?
Well, a Lux is just our sign off saying that it's appropriate in that zone. And the excuse me,
Bless you.
The marijuana processing was done as a farm processing facility, so I could see that, you know, a mushroom processing facility would have that same, you know, we can look at the design of it, but we can't necessarily deny it. Again, I'm just concerned about the service centers and you know, the more people being out in the farm zone and the issues that might cause with neighboring farming and permitted uses.
So they can't get a license without a Lux. So that's really the only role we'll play in it. Enforcement's going to be handled by the state. So essentially, unless we sign off and say, you know, we give our blessing to the service center or production, they can't get a license and they couldn't open up operations.
But that's
So
not the only thing that the planning department will be doing
Unless
associated
we
with the service center.
Unless we do time, place, manner restrictions.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
No.
I'm
please.
just reading 475A, 570. And it's clear that the service center is something that's a privilege, but that it will require land use, a land use decision. I mean, at least that's.
And we can, I don't know.
And
I don't know.
I apologize because I saw this stuff. So I don't
Yeah.
mean to be challenging you in the meeting.
Challenge away, totally fine.
But it's just 475A, 570 makes it pretty clear.
Sure. So in terms of Measure 109, our only role is the Lux.
Mhm.
But there's always land use stuff that falls outside of that. So what were you
Right.
going to say?
I know it's hard.
Oh,
Oh.
yes, thank you.
Commissioner Sterrett,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Well, this question, well, part for Jody. So we have the option to basically say at this point, we are not going to make a decision one way or another. And that would preclude any of the questions where we're dealing with concerns about the service centers and then the actual processing. So if we were to say, and then again, refer to the ballot and, install it for 3 until we have the guidelines. That would be at this particular point, since we have so many unanswered questions, and in terms of our timeline, as far as that piece goes, I just want to piggyback on that with the concerns about the service centers and how we would, again, I don't want to use the word police, but what are the safeguards around someone just, leaving, especially if you're talking about a rural area.
May I address that
Thank
one
you.
point since it's
Sure.
been brought up 3 times now?
Sure.
And I hereby declare a bit belatedly a potential conflict of interest since I own farmland and am a commercial farmer, and I could benefit from this in the future. All right. Got that one out of the way, even though it's a little late. So the OLCC has obviously jurisdiction over people who serve adult alcoholic beverages at facilities all over Yamhill County, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we could bring the sheriff up and ask if you really felt the need, but like there's a process in place, a responsibility of the people who hold the handler's permit. And likewise, there will be a responsibility of the license, or they're calling it a permit, right? The person who's trained in facilitating this, right?
Mhm.
So I just want to I think we can set that aside. I realize that is a big concern, but it's also something we deal with daily. It's the same process, right? Is that people are being served things that have the potential to intoxicate them.
Well, but I don't think the question is really answered because they're not considered patients. You're not checking yourself into a hospital and saying, I mean, I don't know, maybe I have to sign something that says I can't leave until I'm sober, but they're not calling them patients, they're calling them clients, which is very
Mhm.
ambiguous.
Right, because it's not a
And
healthcare facility.
It's not a healthcare facility. So what is it? It's some type of hybrid. And, frankly, the worst case scenario is this shifts into recreational use. And now we have psychedelic mushroom hotels, right? That people can go visit. And you can't preclude people from leaving if they're, I don't know if the term is high, but if you're on these mushrooms. And then what, right? I mean, we don't say that to our wine tasting rooms or wineries. Hey, if you go and wine taste and you get drunk, you can't leave. I mean, that's not a
Right,
thing.
we don't say that.
We
yeah.
don't say that.
That's
So is that a risk going forward that, we have this move into recreational use and all of a sudden we have these facilities that cater to psychedelic mushrooms and now we have a bigger problem. So that, I don't think that's been
question that's
answered.
before us is one about this particular 109 system and not a recreational system. If the board chooses to send something to the ballot that bans it, that a recreational system will still come before, right?
I don't know. I
Perhaps
mean,
not. But I'm sorry, I kind of short-circuited Commissioner Sterrett's comments. I wasn't sure if there were other comments that needed to be.
I think I got the gist of your question. Essentially, so we have two decisions to make here today. One, do we want to send something to the voters to opt out? And that has a caveat. Do we want to do that forever? Or do we want to just sort of have like a 2-year time frame to let the state figure out how they're going to do this so that we're not dragged along with them while they're going through all their bumps and bruises? And I know there's at least one other county that's going that route. I think Deschutes County is doing a 2-year. They're going to send to the voters the option to do a 2-year opt out. And then at the end of that 2 years, it would automatically be
Opt-in.
legal, I
Do-
guess. Yeah, right.
Right. we'd
So
have to-
that's the decision number one. Do we want to do that? And then the second decision, do we want to start time, place, manner restrictions now? That process so that we can be prepared either in the event that the voters decide to keep Measure 109 on the books, or, you know, ultimately we decide not to do it anyways. So those are the two questions that our office is really just looking for guidance on. Do you want us to move forward with an ordinance, and or do you want us to move forward with time, place, manner restrictions, just drafting at this point?
So there's 4 licenses.
Should we hear from?
Oh,
I-
I'm sorry, Commissioner Starrett, did you still have your hand up?
Yeah, just real quickly, as far as the 2-year time period, is that something that is prescribed anywhere, or is that something that other counties have just decided to do?
Go for it.
It's just something that we saw that Deschutes County had done. And I like the idea of pressing pause and at the same time going ahead with time, place, and manner to discuss it, because it did pass in our county by a very thin margin of out of the 56,000 votes cast, it passed by 288 votes. So it could pass again, that any sort of moratorium for 2 years or a delay would not pass potentially. And I would like to be prepared, if that occurred, to have some time, place, and manner restrictions that would be reviewed and potentially be in place.
Commissioner Kula?
Oh, did you have something?
Well, I just was going to ask you about clarifying what the 4 licenses are, because we keep talking about manufacturing and service center, but what are the other 2?
So there's a laboratory license, and then there's a facilitator license. And so the laboratory license, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, Ken. If you're a manufacturer, you have to have your product sent to the lab before you can sell it. Does that sound right? Okay. And I'm not sure I don't think they've come out with the rules on that yet.
They'll
but-
just do a certificate of analysis.
Okay.
Is the lab
I
on
mean,
the
I have
site?
experience with sending things to labs.
Okay.
How does that work though? Was the lab there on the site of the grow
Well,
operation?
I do want to clarify that under ORS 475A.718, if we were to put something on the ballot that prohibited, it would only be for the growing of it and the service center.
Or the service?
Yeah, sorry, those are the
And/or,
only 2
yeah.
categories that we could buy, vote, prohibit. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yes. So
Probably because it would be weird to.
a lab's not just going to only do that. Probably. They probably will do all sorts of analysis stuff. So the facilitators are the ones who are, I call them the
They're running-
shamans. They're the ones who will be walking the clients through their
Okay.
trip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh.
I would, for the sake of discussion, like to kind of separate the 2, manufacturing versus service center, because I view the manufacturing, if this is a legal crop in Oregon, I view it the same way I view marijuana, which is not something that I want to regulate or ban. And so that's not something I would support sending to the ballot. The service centers are kind of a different ballgame. And the thing I fear about even a moratorium is that would facilitate or necessitate TPM, which we've already
Okay, I'm glad you're addressing
hesitated against doing that for marijuana processing facilities. So if we're going to do 1-for-1, it opens the door for TPM on marijuana, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm very, very weary of opening that door.
And I'm glad you brought up the TPM, because I was going to ask about that. And it seems like there's a lot of different ways to go with it. But would adopting time, place, and manner ordinance, I'm not in favor of it, but would adopting time, place, and manner ordinances, how would that would that constitute a land use decision as well for each individual grower or?
At least the way I would envision time, place, and manner, it would have very little to do with the growing. And obviously, it's not ultimately my decision, it's the planning commission and ultimately the board's decision. But, you know, mushrooms are a crop that is grown in the rural area. It's long established. Whether that mushroom is psychedelic or not, the mushroom doesn't know. And it's grown there. So I don't see the impacts of growing those mushrooms different, other than they're required to be grown indoors. And but we have crops that are grown indoors. My focus is on the service centers and how the service centers are there and the impacts of them. And I realize people will, you know, think, well, time, place, and manner. If we're doing it for mushrooms, then we must have to do it for marijuana. And I don't think so. I don't see that direct intersection, because we don't have service centers for marijuana in the rural area. And the rural area is for the growing of marijuana. It's, you know, and that has certain conflicts, or potentially has certain conflicts, that other crops may not have as many conflicts, but ultimately still it's a farm crop. And the farm crops are for the rural area. It's the service centers that at least I am concerned with. And how should we regulate them? How are we going to regulate them? How are we going to make sure that we won't get complaints from the service center for a neighboring farm operator doing what they've always done for years? How do we stop those complaints, or make sure that we don't put a service center in an area that's going to generate conflict?
This is so great. I really appreciate this, because I'm starting to realize that, at least in my view, I'm hearing the language to essentially be similar to a winery and tasting room. And because I'm just listening to you, it's like, oh yeah, like, how do we make sure that the neighboring hay operation isn't harmed by the people coming and going, right? By parking, by the impervious surfaces. And to that end, I'm like, oh, well, we have a process. We have a site design review, right? You apply for your winery operation. A service center, you know, applies for a service center, essentially the winery, and then they can have a tasting room with that. And we do site design review, right? So we place conditions on it. So neighbors are like, we don't want anybody on this road after 7 p.m. So then we put a condition on it that says don't be on the road after 7 p.m. Or if it's a shared road, that you need to have dust mitigation. You know, I've just approved them. You've put them on there. I've started to put specific things in response to regular issues that have come up with other winery applications, right? I'm not immediately remembering them, but some of them that come up, you know, where you're like, well, we need to have documentation that you're actually just your own crop, right? Or let's keep you to below a certain amount of production, because that means you'll have a lower traffic standard. So my point with that is that I'm realizing we have a process. What does it look like then, as Director Friday, I forgot that you were going to be here for the land use hearing, so I didn't intend to ask you a lot of questions, but what does the process look like to add service centers to our code that's for wineries and other processor plus public spaces? And probably 1,000 Friends is now, and Friends of Yamhill County are doing their own like conversation.
Well, I think it's a discussion about what's the appropriate zone to place these in, and having a work session with the planning commission, getting their input on it and thoughts on it, and then drafting a code that we send out, and post in the newspaper that we're going to be considering this, and see what the planning commission's recommendation is, and then bringing it to the board.
Okay.
I
can see that being maybe a better way in the absence of time, place, and manner, where we always have an ability to place conditions.
Yeah, you know, after thinking about him being a home occupation, then thinking, well, no, it may not be able to be a home occupation because it's not allowed in the primary residence. I've also thought, well, we have categories of residential homes and residential facilities where you can care for the elderly, and those are either permitted or conditional uses. But again, those are usually in single family dwellings. So there's just too many questions for me to really answer. But my thought is that we would go through, identify where it ought to be placed, where this community thinks it ought to be placed, and what those standards ought to be. You know, I think of one thing that maybe is a health, more of a the Oregon Health Authority standard, but you know, I was thinking, well, maybe I don't know how long an experience with mushrooms lasts, and so maybe we require them to have that done in the morning so that we don't have a lot of traffic in the
Right, because if
afternoon.
it closes at 7,
Yeah,
and
so-
they come at 6.
And I would not have thought about that as a condition to put on any other use, but I need to have a lot more information, and a lot more information about, is that already going to be covered by the rules with the health authority, or is that something that we should be covering? And without the rules from the health authority, I have no idea what we should be covering. Well, I have not a clear idea on what we should be covering.
Right. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Sure. 2 follow-up questions. One is, are there limited licenses available, kind of like they do for marijuana? Are they going to limit the
Yes.
license number?
I don't, not that I'm aware of, but
Yeah, so
I don't know.
I'll let you, the question was not for me, so.
Well, I've been so focused on the land use, I haven't been focused on the licensing, so.
that I haven't heard that, but maybe Casey has.
Yeah, so the language in both statute and in those like FAQs is that the OHA is going to look at how productive a farm is, and how much the service centers in Oregon need, and then limit the number of producers to match the number of service centers. And I said that in a lot more words than they did.
Okay, so if we do a 2-year moratorium and it passes, we could be shutting all of our folks out of potential licenses for service centers because they might cap them and then everybody else is taking them.
Right, because they won't issue any while there's a prohibition in place.
Okay. The other thing I'm not clear about is you said that they have to decide by December 31st and then we have to adopt TPM by January 3rd. How does that work with the moratorium?
We don't have to adopt by January 3rd. It's just going to be hard to undo. We're not sure what to expect, if there's going to be a rush of these licenses in January before we have a chance to put in place time, place, manner restrictions. We don't know. So we only know what we know, and the best thing to do in that situation is to just be prepared for ahead of time. But we are shooting blind if we do it now, because we don't know what the state's going to put in their rules. We might be duplicating efforts. We could be contradicting the rules for all we know.
Or leaving gaps.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's the timeline that came from the measures, just as Director Friday said, it's definitely frustrating from a local perspective.
Well, that gives us a day.
Yep.
Tuesday, January 3rd, because Monday is a holiday. So we're literally
Right.
going to be adopting potentially things on the same day that people are applying for licenses.
No, they're not well, I guess they would. So
I don't
they
know,
could
just-
come to the desk with them to
Yes.
ask for their lux.
Yes.
And that's a different step than applying for their license,
Okay.
right? The license, as I know, a licensure in the state of Oregon for cannabis takes a long time, right? Initially, it took 6 months for me to get my license.
Okay.
So there is nobody's going to be, and if the concern is around service centers rather than the production and drying of mushrooms and the testing of it, as I've seen here, even the testing, the laboratory component is being put off, right? Because the thought is, well, we have to deal with all this other stuff first. And so there's going to be a great lag there between when somebody comes to the counter with a Lux and OHA has their example form, right? And when we have to have something in place for a service center.
So they have to have a Lux in order to apply for their license. So it's possible, this is totally hypothetical, that somebody has, they know what they're doing, they want to do this. So on January 3rd, they would show up at the planning office and say, I need a Lux. And we would then have to implement the rules that the state wrote or finalized 3 days, 4 days prior. That's sort of the worst case scenario in this.
But just to clarify, the Lux is literally, is this the zoning that is allowed in our area? Right.
I think
I
that's
mean,
all
are
it
you
will
on a
ask.
piece
I
of
think
land
that's all it will
and-
ask, yeah.
And I haven't seen the Lux, they haven't developed it, but usually that's what it is. And just to be clear, I want to, or I'm looking for direction from the board on, do you want us to develop time, place, and manner? I think we ought to start working on that, but at the same time, I would, I'm thinking that we ought to have pause on implementing the Measure 109. But, that's up to the board. If the board says no, we want to just have it go as is, that's fine too. We'll adjust accordingly.
So pause on manufacturing as well, or just the service centers?
I'm focused on the service centers. But I have a concern that if production is allowed, do we de facto approve service centers where people would be taking the drug and again, not have time, place, and manner. So.
And you're worried about the de facto approve. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at my own notes here. Because there's a mention that if you have a manufacturer's license, you can have a service center license. Is that?
Yeah,
I
I haven't studied it enough to be certain, but it sure looks like, to me, that's something that, if you have manufacturing there, they seem to imply that it's appropriate then to have the service center there too. So.
And I will say that, so what is it, 475A, 570, sub 3, I presume that this is where people are getting the concern that you might just have to allow people, or de facto, which is that states that the operation of a psilocybin service center may be carried on in conjunction with a psilocybin producing fungi crop. And I guess in the context, right, the context that we live in a world of land use rather than not in a world of land use, that would be the equivalent of saying, I'm just thinking that the statement would be the equivalent of saying, if you operate a hazelnut farm, you can have a hazelnut, you're not precluded from also having a hazelnut tasting room. Would that be accurate in the context of land use?
Yeah, I think, I'm thinking of Brentmar versus Jackson County, where, folks thought that, well, we can be more restrictive than the state.
Yeah.
And then, we find out that when they said, you may allow these, or these may be allowed in the rural area, that means it's allowed. And so that's my thought is, well, I want to make sure that, if we don't do anything, what are we getting? And I can't tell you what we're getting if we don't do anything.
So I guess, two options then, when it comes to service centers, we could place an outright ban on the ballot by August 19th, right? And I just ask the question, do you want these here or not? But we're not even sure if that's accurate because of how it states it may have a service center. I mean, I don't see how they could have given us the option of prohibition then.
Oh, I see what you mean.
The county may adopt an ordinance that prohibits both or either manufacturers and or service centers. So it seems like there is some separation, and perhaps that's with the licensure as well. That if it's prohibited, they're not going to issue you a service center license in your county.
Oh, right. So that you might not even
It's a
get
separate
your-
license.
You might not be able to get your producer license then. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm
If-
just,
If the service center was banned in your area.
yes, if the service center is prohibited in a county, I don't see how OHA would issue a service center license.
Well, they might not issue a manufacturer's license then either, right? Because
Well-
if you can have a service center, if you have if you can grow it, then do you see what I mean?
Yeah, but it seems like they at least gave us the leeway of the either or.
They
I mean,
did.
I don't see why they would have said, hey, you can put TPM on manufacturers and or service centers if there wasn't a distinction. So I guess so we can put an outright ban on the ballot, and then it's banned and prohibited, and that's that. Or we can put maybe it's a 2-year moratorium, knowing that at the end of 2 years, we better be ready for service center licenses to pop up and have these things pop up. My concern is how a service center would be classified in our land use rules. Because if it's a general classification that might apply to a marijuana processing facility or however it's classified, then we start to open Pandora's box. And that's what I don't want. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that would be something that would be fairly easy to address, that, service center means as it's defined in Measure 109. I don't think that service center, as long as you put that definition in the code, I think you'd be fine.
Okay.
Can you, but what would be the code that it would be then under? I'm sorry. Where is it showing up in code?
Like my point is that I don't want to have us codify and call a service center a processing, or not a processing facility, but what would you call it? Even like a home occupation,
We
right?
could call it a permitted use.
It's-
If we did that,
Oh, permitted use in the
or,
UP zone.
or conditional use, and then we'd have to have a definition in the definition section,
Okay.
is I think what you're,
Okay.
Yeah, I
thinking.
just want to make
Okay.
sure that it's its own thing.
Okay.
So that, I mean, we've been challenged by grape growers and wineries, to put TPM on marijuana production and processing.
Mhm.
So I want to make sure we're not opening that door where we're just lumping it into this general classification. And then now we have issues because we're being inconsistent.
I think Director Friday's right. As long as we reference the statutes or the measure in our definition, that can't happen.
Okay.
So.
And I guess on my side, I want to come back to that Director Friday and planners have the ability to apply conditions to the site design review for any, many activities in EFU zone lands. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
I guess
correct.
what's the universe of farm related activities that require a site design review?
Farm processing facilities, farm stands, certain commercial activities in conjunction with farm use will have a conditional use and a site design review. And so the design review is just looking at the design of the facility. The conditional use is, hey, this is something that is permitted in the zone, but with conditions, with appropriate conditions. And so I guess I would envision these being a conditional use for the service centers, but a permitted use in as far as a grow.
Mhm. Right. Yeah, I think that's how I would imagine it. That's how I'm reading statute too. And I will say both for Commissioner Starrett and for Chair Bershauer, I think my sense, especially after listening to staff and reading a lot more than I anticipated on it, the farm crop is the farm crop.
Mhm.
And while there's I've heard a lot of concern from other county commissioners about the service centers. I haven't heard concern from anybody else about service centers, barring present company excluded, people in the community, right? We have a process right now where we regularly approve, we consider and then approve site design reviews for both conditional and permitted use, where we put conditions upon them. While I recognize that we don't have the rules for the service centers yet, we will have the rules. This very much seems parallel to a tasting room at a winery. It feels like a very similar path where we know how staff knows how to deal with it. My concern around putting out to a vote either a moratorium or a pause moratorium is first, for the pause moratorium, is that unintended consequence of when it goes away, having farmers in our community not be able to grow this crop because they're all allocated all of a sudden, all the licenses are allocated. And I don't know if that's true, but I would guess that you, as a farmer, you're not going to be able to operate a service center without having a production license. Just guessing that piece of it won't be permitted, won't be allowed. And so in looking at it and seeing that the OHA is, while taking its time, also trying to do a better job, honestly. Like I see, the Oregon Psilocybin Advisory Board, there's a lot more people from a lot more different perspectives than when we legalized marijuana and then developed the rules around it for recreational. My sense is that my view is that we should wait for the process to unfold and treat it like any other crop. And continue to have these conversations. But I am worried about having the time, place, and manner because we have a process that works. We've gone through it all the time where we can place restrictions based upon conditions.
I guess I see there's a distinction between a wine tasting room and this facility, which is really a medical facility, if you on at surface value, which is not really something that farmers are just going to jump right into, right? It's a specialized facility meant to treat people who have conditions, and you have to be licensed for it.
Right.
Now, if it moves into recreational, clearly that's a whole different thing. But
I would say, oh, sorry.
well,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, I think that's true that there are distinctions, right? Parallel paths don't have to be perfectly parallel. But if I was a hypothetical, if I was a farmer who was perhaps had experience with it, and thus it's a hypothetical, I would be like, well, I should find somebody who has experience and wants to be like a business partner who wants to do that part of it. I just want to grow the thing. And maybe I have a lot of compost that I need to deal with already. So it doesn't have to be the same, but we're also not requiring our vineyard grape growers to be winemakers.
Sure.
They hire people, right?
So if we place a 2-year, the question is, do you support a 2-year moratorium on the implementation of service centers in Yamhill County? And the answer is no, then we are now at January 3rd.
Well, we'd know the answer by
By November.
November,
Right.
whatever day it is this year. And so then we'd have about a month and a half to come up with these rules. Time, place, manner restrictions. It's really hard because the state, I think, implied that they'll have draft rules out sometime this fall.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So hopefully they'll have some draft rules in place before the ballot measure. So we know what if the voters decide to say no to the ordinance, we at least have some parameters around which we can start that time, place, manner process. But they could change it before December
Mhm.
31st.
Right.
So that's the gamble.
Is there, do you have a follow-up?
No, I just thoughts. So go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no, I was thinking, if, this is how things, if we directed staff to work on finding a place in the land use code, and so I'm looking at you and also looking at director at the same time, it's very handy. What does that process and timeline look like? I mean, you've told me the process, so we don't need to do the process part of it, but what does the timeline look like for pulling planning commission together, providing them with the setting and the scene for it, and then getting their feedback and getting adoption of new code?
Well, they meet the first Thursday of every month. They can also meet, twice a month if need be, but probably would try to do a work session sometime in August, and would try to get their thoughts on it and kind of try to educate them as to what the issues might be.
Sure.
And not quite knowing what the issues might be, and then seeing if where do they see this fitting within our code, then having them direct us to come up with code language. We come up with the code language, send it to the state in 35-day advance notice prior to the first hearing, and hold a hearing before the planning commission, take testimony, and get their recommendation. 5 need to recommend approval of it in order for it to go to the board with a formal recommendation. Then the board holds their hearing or hearings and decides whether to adopt it or modify it or add something more to it.
Right, and so that's essentially the same timeline. Am I not correct? If we directed staff to develop time, place, and manner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we're still looking really the same timeline. If we say we want to restrict this, so therefore we do time, place, and manner, or we want to provide a path to legality in the county, it's really the same. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
So the planning commission meets the first Thursday. So that would be August 4th, prior to our deadline. Is it possible to add it to their agenda and just see how they're sort of kicking it around?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'd be interested to
That would
hear
be-
from them. A lot of them are farmers, and admittedly, this is new territory for me. Psychedelic mushrooms, but I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to stay consistent on our land use principles and private property rights and the values that we hold, while balancing the clear and obvious safety concerns that we have around this. So I would be interested in hearing from the planning commission and just at least, being a fly on the wall and hearing their discussion.
Are you talking about both time, place, manner restrictions in the ordinance? or
Just
the
their
time, place?
thoughts around implementation of this
Okay.
in general.
I guess maybe things like, where do you think would be the appropriate zoning for service centers? Is there timing on either side, do you think?
And
Hi, Sheriff.
I don't really like cliches, but it is kind of like the blind leading the blind on this, because we still aren't going to have all of the issues, but I'd like to know, what do they think?
Yeah.
While at the same time realize that there's limited information that we can really provide them.
Right.
But
I was just going to say, Commissioner Starrett, how does that sound to you to have planning commission discuss this, at least in general, on the 4th, and then come back? That would be the 11th for us. So we discuss this and make a decision on the 11th prior to the deadline.
Yes, I'd like to have their input and hear a little bit more from them. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Coyle.
Oh, yeah, no, I thank you for getting that. We're moving forward. Then I was just thinking that then for presenting to planning commission, some of the things that it would be helpful for me at least to hear from them are things like, given the small amount that we know about service centers, what activities on county land, on private property seem most similar, as a way of essentially saying, like, is there a path for them within our existing code, right? Because you're right that there's obvious distinctions. It's not hazelnut tastings. It's also not wine tastings,
Right.
but it's not a car crushing facility as well. And Ken has.
Well,
sorry.
the only question, and I was going to look at Jody and possibly Christian if you wanted to also wait, because there's the other question too, because I know we've talked a lot about the land use portion of it, but then there's the referral and the process for that ordinance as well. No, I know that there's the deadline in August for getting that to the clerk's office, but then as far as the timelines needed for
Drafting it.
for drafting and adopting an ordinance, if the board chooses to do that, are the timelines going to work?
So I will probably come up with a drafted ordinance. That's a good
Just in
question.
case, right?
And I don't know. Technically, we'll have another session after the 11th and the 18th.
My suggestion would be that we have that ordinance ready. And then if the board is prepared on the 11th, the board could take action on that date to give us as much time as possible, if that's something the board is comfortable with us sort of working towards. There are some other timelines that follow on the decision to refer or not, but I mean, that's sort of my thinking on this is we're coming up against a deadline already to be as prepared as we can to have that ordinance ready for the board to possibly discuss and consider on the 11th, if you're comfortable with that.
So in that regard, I would need some direction as to what you want the ordinance to restrict specifically, so I could have that drafted. I could obviously make multiple drafts if you wanted sort of
Right.
play with your options.
Well, I think it's clear that there's not consensus to refer out the manufacturing of the mushroom. I would say to err on the side of just covering all bases, probably draft an outright ban on the service centers and then draft the 2-year
Okay,
moratorium.
I can do that. Does that sound good to Commissioner Starrett?
Commissioner Starrett?
Clarification. So I'm a little confused about the distinction between a service center and processing. That are we clear that you can divorce the two? Because we had some Commissioner Bershauer, Chair Bershauer, you brought up that there was a distinction, and Director Friday, you mentioned that there was the requirement that they be coupled and that they both be allowed. So I'm really not clear how we do that, or can we do that? Because if we can do that, that simplifies things.
Yeah, I'm reading, the options that counties have, and it says may adopt an ordinance that prohibits both/either manufacturings and/or service centers. So it appears that they are giving the counties at least the choice between the two, and that they can be divorced from each other.
And I will
think
say
that's the
that
plain text, yeah.
I will say that I did not come prepared to talk about this one issue. I mean, I just.
You're doing great so far.
Yeah, so I don't know. I voiced that as that's my concern, but the other problem I have is I have the ballot in front of me that with the measure language, and so I don't have
looking at the ORS.
I don't have the ORSs in front of me, which I guess I wish I had brought. So I've been trying to figure out where you're reading from.
I know.
But
Well, so I was actually about to read
That's
this.
that's
Do you
okay.
want, so 470, the one that's up on the screen right now is particularly interesting. It's the section that says, when you sign the Lux, basically you're signing it to say it's a permitted use or a conditional use. And that it suggests that there are zones, and it also says that the planning department has to determine whether it's appropriate or it's allowed.
Right, and,
Right.
and that's why I think I led with,
Mhm.
we don't have anything about this in our code.
Right.
As far as service centers, I think that you can interpret it, the production of a crop in the farm zone. But again, that's,
Right,
That's
but we
my
know,
take on it.
well, I'll say that we know that the production is not a conditional use. Right, so we know that the statute at least is talking about a different license.
and I will say, I agree with that in the farm zone.
Yeah,
And because they
Right.
actually had language, I don't have it in front of me, but the language talks about you can extend the production to the farm forest zone and the forestry zones,
Yeah.
just like with marijuana. And
yeah,
there are a lot of similarities in the way this was developed as far as the marijuana legislation.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's right, that's 570.
Yeah.
That's where that's, I don't know what it is in the measure though.
It's section 19. There you go.
So
So I think it
perhaps we can
answers-
get some clarification though, just from OHA, maybe they've had this
I
question.
can tell you what
before.
my gut is we're talking about a land use decision versus whether or not they can get a license.
Mhm.
And so it might be that OHA will have a database showing them which counties they're allowed in and which they're not. And so regardless of whether or not they can get a Lux, they'll deny them. I don't know, but that would be my gut reaction, is that even if they somehow managed to pass the Lux part, if we had it even with it being banned, I would hope that the state would take into consideration the ban as well, not just the Lux.
Right, because it says the OHA may not issue a license if the Lux shows that the proposed land use is prohibited in an application. applicable zone.
Okay, so,
I think you're
yeah,
pretty clearly right.
I think so. So, but I don't, it's all gray. It's all gray right now.
Okay. So Commissioner Starrett, I'm assuming that didn't answer your question, but we just don't know. So we can
Okay,
attempt to get some clarification.
okay, thanks, appreciate it.
Okay, so is that those kind of instructions, clear game plan?
I'm good.
Okay,
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
thanks for being up here.
Boy, it's
Director.
a fun land use day today, isn't it? All right. Yes, and thank you, Jody and Ken.
Mhm.
Okay, so we will continue the discussion on Measure 109 to August 11th. Okay, item J4 is discussion regarding secure rural schools 2022 election and Archie Creek fire damage claim. This was something that I added based on at the request of Association of ONC Counties. So the Archie Creek fire claim is a moot point. The state decided that counties do not get to participate in an award on that, unfortunately. So we just have to decide how we are going to accept the payment, whether it's through timber receipts or through the secure rural schools allotment. And it sounds like late breaking news is we don't have a choice this year. So it's just going to be SRS.
Okay.
And next year we may have an option, but that's still unclear. Commissioner Starrett?
No, I was just going to add that apparently there isn't really a material difference in the amount that the counties would be paid. So, whether it impacts future years.
Yeah, it didn't seem like the expected revenue was really all that different, but I did get an email from AOCC saying that we don't actually have a choice this year. So it'll just be the SRS payment. So thank you for that. Let's see.
Thanks
we
for
need
staying on top of
Do
it.
we need to vote on that? Christian or Ken, do we need to vote on how we accept that? I don't think we do. Okay. Okay, so moving on to item J5. is consideration of approval in the matter of an order declaring certain tax foreclosed property as surplus and authorizing a purchase sale agreement with the Yamhill County Affordable Housing Corporation. Jody, did
So-
you want to give us a quick update?
Sure. So this is the second purchase sale agreement that we are hopefully going to be signing with the Housing Authority. This one is a McMinnville property. It's on Ford Street. I don't know if you guys remember in the packet. This is one, it was pretty dilapidated. So nobody's lived there for a while. So Housing Authority, it'll more than likely be a tear down, I presume. So we have given them a 90-day due diligence period. The last purchase sale agreement had a 60-day, but this one, they want a little extra time, which I thought was fine. So hopefully that's okay with the board. So the closing date on this one's November 1st, and hopefully all goes well.
Great.
And we are selling it for the amount of back taxes owed at the time of foreclosure, which I think was 26,000 and something.
Okay.
So,
Great.
yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I will move approval of item J5, but is there further discussion? Commissioner Starrett?
Nope.
Okay.
I just want to say thanks again.
Yes.
Yay.
Yeah.
Thanks for all the
on that.
work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Catching
Of
us up on
course.
these.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor,
Thank you.
signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes. Item J6 is consideration of a contract employee agreement between Yamhill County Health and Human Services and Andrew Nye James, and if I'm mispronouncing that, I apologize, to provide professional psychiatric behavioral services in the amount of $80 per hour effective August 9th, 2022 through June 30th of 2023 with automatic annual renewal. Do I have a motion to approve?
I would move approval of item J6.
Thank you. Commissioner Starrett moves approval. Is there further discussion?
No chair.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passes.
Chair, may I get
Okay.
some water before we start?
Yeah, I was going to
Okay.
say, let's take a 5-minute break and
Okay,
come back
thanks.
for the public hearing. Thank you.
It's like I'm just eating your chair. Got my water. The map that I wanted. Just realized when I
Yeah.
was reading it. Whoever.
This is very
made this
helpful,
map for
thank
me,
you.
Thank you.
There was, I don't know what was attached to it, but I think those were intended to be entered as part of the record that were paper clipped to the one comment.
This?
I'm assuming that's the maps,
The map. Okay,
but they were all paper clipped to
okay.
as an entry for the record because I don't think they got it. So there's no one of this one.
Okay. Okay, and we just got this morning. Okay, so Commissioner Starrett doesn't have a copy.
Do we have a digital? Pull it up to the. You know, my daughter rolls her eyes at me too. Oh, perfect. That'd be good. This is very helpful. So.
Are we still on recess or are we back in session?
We're still on recess for a second.
I think the chair is getting things sorted out.
Morning, our formal informal session at the point of our. Sorry. Okay, so we are back in formal session. We left off at the point of item K, which is our public hearing. So I will go ahead and open the public hearing. And I will call for any abstentions by members of the board. Okay, hearing none. Do any parties object to the jurisdiction of the board to hear this matter? Nope, hearing none. Any board members need to announce and state on the record, the substance of any ex parte contact or site visits?
No, Chair, but as an owner of farmland, I'll declare a potential conflict of interest just like on last week's.
Okay, Commissioner Starrett, hearing none. And I will have our planning director, Ken Friday, read the statements required.
Yes. Oregon law requires that persons who attend a land use hearing be advised of certain rights and duties before the hearing begins. First, with regard to standards for approval, state law ORS 197.797 requires that we list the applicable substantive criteria that must be met in order for the county to approve the application. The standards will be listed by Lance here in a few moments as part of the staff report. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the standards for approval. Second, the raise it or waive it rule. Under Oregon law, any issue that might be raised in an appeal of the county's decision in this matter must be raised before the record of this hearing is closed. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision makers and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to the board based on that issue. Third, and this is directed to the applicant, under ORS 197.796, failure of the applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval, again, with sufficient specificity to allow the county to respond to the issue, precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Finally, I will note that under Oregon law, and because this is the initial evidentiary hearing on this matter, any participant, that is anyone who submits oral or written testimony during this hearing, may, before the record is closed, request an opportunity to present additional evidence, arguments, or testimony regarding the application. The request must be made prior to the time the chair announces that the hearing is closed.
Thank you. And in case anyone's wondering what we're discussing today, it's because I forgot to read the title, so I will go ahead and read that now. The public hearing is regarding an appeal of the planning director's approval of docket number C-28-21, a conditional use request to operate a 9 guest room bed and breakfast facility as a home occupation. The applicant is Kellen Lancaster for 15660 Ground LLC, and the appellant is Friends of Yamhill County. Okay, so that brings us to our staff report. Go ahead and take it away, Lance.
Thank you, Chair Bershauer. The applicable approval criteria and standards are sections 402.04I as in Ivan, 402.07A alpha, 1004.01, and 1012, and section 1202.02 of the Yamhill County zoning ordinance. Comprehensive plan policies may be applicable as well. The subject parcel is split zoned with the majority of the property located in the exclusive farm use district, the EF80 zone, with approximately 3.2 acres located in the AF80 zone, which is the agriculture forestry large holding district. The application states that the subject lot is used both residentially and for farming activities. Farming activities on the property appear to consist of hay cultivation. Beaver Creek bisects the property, running roughly north to south, and a portion of the subject lot is within the 100-year floodplain of Beaver Creek. However, no development activities will occur within that 100-year floodplain. The dwelling proposed for use as the 9 guest room bed and breakfast is located in the EF80 zoned area of the property. The dwelling under construction was approved through a replacement dwelling application that was approved in 2021, docket RDI-29-21. Access to the bed and breakfast was initially to come from northwest Red Shot Lane. However, the applicant revised their planned access to instead come from northwest Panther Creek Road, following concerns submitted from some of the surrounding property owners. The applicant also revised their building plan to add another bedroom for use by the innkeeper who will be residing in the house. Surrounding properties to the west, south, and northwest are located in the agriculture forestry large holding district, with land to the east, southeast, north, and northwest located in the AF40 zone, land to the west located in the AF20 zone, and land to the south located in the AF80 zone. The applicant conducted an analysis of land uses occurring within a 1/3 mile radius of the subject parcel and found that the majority of the lots in this study area are composed of lots being used residentially with some small hobby farming activities, which include livestock grazing, egg collection, small orchards, gardening, etc. A few larger commercial agricultural uses occur in the area, including grass seed cultivation and cattle grazing. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Lance.
Thank you, Lance.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that brings us to the applicant's case. Welcome, gentlemen. And if you could both state your name and address for the record, appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair Bershauer. My name is Garrett Stevenson. I'm a land use lawyer with Schwabe, Williamson, and Wyatt. My address is 1211 Southwest 5th Avenue, Suite 1900. And with me today is Kellen Lancaster here, who is our applicant's representative. And I'll go ahead and let you tell them your address.
Sure. I live at 241 South Park Street in Carlton.
Great, thank you.
So I'm going to be doing the bulk of the presentation today, but I want to make sure Kellen was here in case you had any questions about the project itself, because to be frank, this was being handled by one of my law partners who's now on paternity leave. So yeah, thanks. Well, I'll pass that along to him. All is well, though, for those that are interested. At any rate, I've familiarized with myself with the case, and I've been involved on and off over time. So I feel confident I can answer most questions, but if there are questions that are specific to the project itself, I want to make sure Kellen was here to answer those.
I think that the staff report encapsulates everything that we would normally want to say at this juncture. What you have here is sort of two things going on. You have a replacement dwelling that was approved in 2021. So this is not a question of whether we qualify for a new farm dwelling or something like that. There was originally a 10,000 square foot home on this parcel that has been removed, and this is the replacement for it. And there's really been no question, at least at this juncture, about whether or not we satisfy the applicable criteria. I've read what the opponent has written. It looks to me very similar to the same issue that this board had in front of it last week. And I drafted a brief letter on that. I don't have a whole lot to say, although I'm happy to answer questions about our position on the criteria. One thing I do want to note, though, is that during the review, we have tried to be pretty receptive to the neighbors' concerns. There's a couple changes we made throughout the review process to accommodate those concerns. The first thing we did, as staff mentioned, is we changed how we were going to access the property. Originally, that was going to be off of Red Shot Lane, and now for any future guests, it's going to be through a driveway directly to Panther Creek, so that the other residents in that area won't have to deal with any guest traffic. Second thing I want to highlight is that during the review process, one of our opponents raised the issue that the original application hadn't adequately evaluated the impacts on farmland. And we took a look at that and said, you know, we could probably do a little more there. So we actually engaged a land use planner, a guy named Ken Sandblast, to do a farm impacts analysis. And in so doing, he determined what the impact area was, and we sort of, based on what we were hearing, looked at what the potential transportation impacts would be and based the impact area on that. And then he went on a parcel by parcel analysis of what the surrounding land uses are. And I think what we ended up with at the end of the day was a much better application, far more detailed on the surrounding land uses. And our consultant concurred with staff, or rather our staff concurred with our consultant, that there were no significant impacts on farm uses presented by the application. The last thing I'll mention is that we did do a traffic study, which determined that this project will not have any substantial impacts on surrounding traffic. So I think that it's been exactly the kind of application process that we want to have. We submitted an initial one, we got feedback, we reacted to that feedback, we've tried to accommodate the neighbors' concerns. And where our initial draft of the application was a little thin, we went and spent the time to beef it up. And I think what you have in front of you is a very good application at this point, a very good staff report. We accept the proposed conditions of approval and hope you will deny the appeal and affirm staff's decision on this. I'm going to go ahead and save the rest of my time for rebuttal to the appellant's case. But if you have any questions for us now, please let me know.
Great, thank you, Mr. Stevenson. I still have a quick question. So the home that was existing there before, you said it was 10,000 square feet.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Colin,
Okay.
is that right?
Was it that really
Was it-
kind of
was it that
fancy
large?
old log building?
Oh, was it?
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
let me answer that.
That's why we have Kellen here.
So as you're looking at the tax lots, there's tax lot 2400, which this parcel's on. Just downhill of that is the replacement dwelling. There's an existing manufactured home coming up that driveway.
Okay.
And then the property that Garrett just referenced is on tax lot 2300, which currently, as you come up Red Shot and enter the property, you go through 2300 to get to tax lot 2400. So there was also a 10,000 square foot home on that tax lot that was demolished in 2019, 2020. Which also had
On tax like 2,300?
2,300.
Okay, so right off the road, kind of.
But the replacement dwelling that this B&B is for a dwelling that's currently sitting on tax lot 2,400.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And thanks for that clarification. The other thing I'd mention is that under the replacement dwelling statute, once the new house is constructed, the original dwelling will have to be removed.
Okay, commissioners, any questions?
Commissioner Sterrett.
Commissioner Sterrett, any questions for the applicant?
Yes, thank you both. I have a question about the timeline on the removal of the existing structure. Is there anything prescribed?
Sorry, can you repeat that? The timeline on,
Removing the existing structure prior, removing the existing structure.
does that make
Is
sense?
there a timeline?
Yeah, so my understanding is that we don't have to fully remove the structure, but we have to decommission it as a house, and maybe Lance and Ken can help me with that. But I understand that to be removing the oven and some other household type items. And so before we get our approval for the B&B, our final sign off, we do have to show the county that it has been decommissioned as a house. It's no longer functioning as a house.
Yeah, that's correct. It's actually an inspection that they go through. They have to basically take out the kitchen and it's a lot like converting it to a shop building with a half bath.
And just so I'm clear, Ken, that has to be done prior to occupancy?
That's correct. I'm sorry. It needs to be done prior to occupancy. So our building official won't sign off on the new house until the old house is modified.
As far as timeline goes, the existing B&B dwelling is under construction. Originally, we were planning on finishing around November this year. We have had some delays in some windows and that kind of thing. So we're looking at early next year for the B&B to be completed. So around that same time, we'll be decommissioning the existing home.
Okay.
Thank you.
Starrett, any follow-up? I think that's a no. Commissioner Kula?
Yeah, so thank you.
No, thank you.
I appreciate the amendment, even though it's more work. I think that you're right that it's a better application, right? And it's accommodating, and it's shown that you've listened to neighbors. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. The one thing that I have, really my main question is around the transportation study, right? The road study. So, and nowhere was this addressed, and so I'm just going to ask you, if you're having potentially 72 additional trips on a road that is functionally categorized as having 400 at its capacity, and it's currently running at 394, what makes you think that it's going to be okay to have an additional 72 cars on it? And my corollary to you, and this is more of a philosophical one really, because you can say that it's fine, is why do you get to be the last one on to put it over capacity rather than somebody else? So this is Panther Creek Road. If you want to look in your Kittleson Associates, it's page 2 of 32, exhibit 3. It looks like this.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Kula. I'm looking at
And
that
I don't
right
want to
now.
deny you, but I also don't want the road to be functionally over capacity for other people who would use it.
So for two things. Number one, the criterion does not require us to demonstrate that Panther Creek Road won't be impacted.
Right.
First of all, there's no land use criteria that you could point to and says, well, you know, Panther Creek Road is over capacity and therefore we have to deny you. The reason why we did the transportation study is to look and see what our impacts would actually be on that road. And so I always go to the conclusions in this case.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't quite prepared for that question.
But I think that the conclusions don't address the fact that it's at 394 for 400. So, sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, so let's see here.
And I recognize that you're technically correct that
Right. So
you going over the capacity of the road isn't a criteria by which I can deny you.
no, it's not. So, I mean, first of all, the reason why you typically, so the test that we look to do that this is associated with is typically called the farm impacts test. And that's whether it will force significant change or significantly increase the costs. When we look at our traffic increase, we put it in the context of what's happening out there now and what what our traffic analysis determined is that the level of additional trips, and there are additional trips, I can't speak to whether or not and just in terms of traffic planning, the way this works typically is you have capacities beyond which you start to trigger improvements. So I'm not aware of any jurisdiction in the absence of moratorium that says you can't do a land use because you blow up an intersection or
Exactly. You just have to
you
improve
take
the
it.
road.
Yeah, exactly. So what would normally be done in this case, and roads themselves don't have capacities, or at least not the way we're used to talking about them. What have capacities are turning movements. So where you have a left turn or a right turn.
Yeah.
So I guess my response, not having a whole bunch of detailed knowledge of how they actually did the traffic counts out there, except that they did them, is that we looked at for purposes of the land use application, we looked at the amount of increased trips beyond what's there now and said, will this significantly increase the cost? The other thing I would point you towards is that ADT it's kind of a shorthand that we use, but the real question when you look at traffic impacts are whether there's PM peak or AM peak traffic impacts. And I'm not aware that this study found that there was any problematic PM peak, which is usually the worst time of the year. And if you think about it, if you have guests that are coming in and out, they're typically doing so off peak, which means they're on vacation or they're not commuting to work. So they're not leaving at 8 a.m. and getting back at 5 or something like that. But at the end of the day, I think what the traffic study in this case is intended to show, and I can't recall whether one was even required, but we did one. What it's intended to show is that, what's the existing transportation system like out there? What's this going to do to it? And in light of those impacts, can we conclude that this is not going to have a significant impact or significantly increase the cost? 72 trips, if that's what the ADT is, that's
It's like 15%.
essentially seven homes. 7 homes, which is because you figure it's about 9 and change trips per home.
Yeah.
And what we have here is a traffic study that does not take the position that that is going to fundamentally change the level of traffic impacts out there.
Right.
But if you could point to a standard that says you can only increase trips a certain percentage, or if this had triggered some improvements, which I don't believe it did, perhaps this would be a different conversation.
That is like such a comprehensive answer to my question, and yet it probably raised more issues. And the issue that it would raise for me personally, knowing the roads in that area, is really the thing that you bring up is, will it significantly impact farm and forest activity, or farm activities technically, in this area? And the study didn't, the creators of the traffic study didn't address it. And that's why I am addressing it. They didn't.
Well, they didn't. That's right. They didn't address it, but our farm impacts analysis did. Okay.
The farm impacts analysis didn't address the traffic study.
No, it addressed the impact. It looked at the potential impacts of traffic because that was raised as an issue.
Right. So what I'm saying is that there is an approval criteria that is, will this significantly impact farm and forest activities on adjacent parcels? And having a road that's over capacity because of a conditional use activity in farmland is an approval criteria, right? And so what I am merely asking, I'm not looking for I'm asking you this because I'd like to know, is there something that you as, well, not you, but your applicant and the people who are planning this, is there something you can do on the road to make it safe for farm and forest traffic? Because anybody who's been on that road knows that it's a steep hill. People are turning out and they're turning in on a right turn. They're turning out on a left turn on a hill where when I have a heavy vehicle on that road, I don't want to have somebody pulling out on me. And so I'm just wondering whether whether the applicant has any interest in doing an analysis to see what's the safest way to actually have something more than a 2-lane road there. As you noted, the potential of having I don't even know the names, but those like little shelter lanes coming in or coming out. So I'm not looking to do anything except for to make sure that since this road is on the edge already of capacity, that people driving to and from aren't going to harm farm traffic. So that is an approval criteria, correct?
The approval criteria I think we're both talking about is whether or not this will significantly increase the costs or farm impacts. And
Yeah.
the one thing that we haven't talked about, Commissioner, is what farm impacts and are we talking about and where are they? So remember, this is not a question of could they conceptually affect farm impacts anywhere in the county or even all along Panther Creek Road.
Right.
The question is, will it significantly increase the costs or significantly change the farm impacts in the study area, right? And so I would direct you to our farm impacts analysis, which looked at the actual uses going on in the study area. What it didn't find, even though we sort of accounted for it, is a whole lot of heavy farm equipment being used on Panther Creek Road that was generated within this farm impacts analysis area.
Right.
Okay. Nobody challenged, at least to this point, the extent of our impact area. And what we did is we focused on the intersection of Meadow Lake Drive and Panther Creek Road. But the other thing I would probably note is, and Kellen, this is where I would point to you, is I think that one of our owners' representatives actually does the vast majority of farming of a lot of this land himself. And so we looked at that too. But, when we look at this area, what we found, and I would direct you. Yeah. If you look at, it's Exhibit 2, page 5 of 6, to one of our letters, which is the property analysis exhibit on Figure 1, you see every tax lot that we analyzed. And the vast majorities of these that we found were not engaged in really heavy farm uses that would put farm vehicles onto Panther Creek Road that we would end up conflicting with the notable exception of some farm activities that our own owner would be engaging in. The other thing I would point to is that in our farm impacts analysis, what we see is, and this was a conclusion of our consultant, let's see here. The B&B activity, including any traffic it will generate, not expected to hinder any of the existing practices of the livestock and grading uses in the surrounding area. The livestock is contained within the fence boundaries of the properties, will not be endangered by vehicle traffic moving to or from the site. Guest activities would occur primarily within the residence and not inhibit the practices employed in the raising of livestock listed above. The other thing that I would point out about the traffic study is that it looks at it compares not with existing conditions, but what's the worst case scenario of something we could do within this zoning.
Well, no, sorry, it looks like existing conditions.
No, but
and then it adds the potential, right?
yeah, so we know what the existing conditions are.
Yeah.
But the analytical question typically, and if you look at goal 12 in the transportation planning rule, what they're looking to find is what's a reasonable worst case scenario and how does this compare to that?
Right.
And this is lower generation than what a maximum would be under that reasonable worst case.
Well, I would say just as a good sidebar, way to go staff in your analysis. I thought it was more appropriate. I don't know if I'm looking at the right person, but yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So to your question,
the winery and tasting room is probably more appropriate. But yeah.
So to your question of whether or not transportation improvement, I mean, I'm the position in our application and staff's position and our position is that the traffic generated here does not force a significant change or significantly increase the cost. And the reason for that is we know what the traffic generation is going to be, and we've done the extra work of identifying what each one of these farm uses that we believe could potentially be impacted this actually are. That's a farm by farm analysis. The case law on that was generated from this county. So our position in our application has substantial evidence that this will not significantly increase, nor will it, not significantly increase the cost of, nor will it force a significant change on land uses. Your questions about the traffic study are well taken. And the reason why I think this particular traffic study generates those questions is we're not really in a typical subdivision or major, major land use project scenario where the question is, what traffic mitigation do we have to do? Certainly if there was, if the county had come back and said, well, this blows up Panther Creek and Meadowlark Road intersection, potentially you need to improve that, then we probably would have had that discussion, but that's not the feedback we've gotten from the county.
Right, and I recognize that. Sorry that I'm still asking questions, but I'm raising it. Staff didn't raise it. They raised other issues. And so that to me is a concern is that I see. So I've read your reports. Yes, you are right that that's what the reports say. And I'm also raising this as an issue of concern that I think that having 394 existing trips on a 400 road capacity road, ADT, I think that there is the potential of an increased cost or a change in farm activities in the study area. That's just what I think. And so what I'm asking you is, do you think that there are tools, measures, conditions that could be placed, mitigation to reduce that? Now, I'm not, there are three of us here. Obviously, I've read the staff report. You've laid out why you don't need to do what I'm asking you to do. But I'm asking you, are there tools that you can use in order to reduce the potential impacts?
So I'm not prepared, not being a traffic engineer, to know what you'd have. I mean, just, and I'm speaking a little bit off the cuff here, but
you're doing a really good job. I just want you to know.
The capacity issue, I would think, and Kellen, jump in here if you like, but the capacity issue that we, and remember, capacity of the road is a distinct question from whether there's going to be significant impacts on farm uses. So I just want to keep hammering on that, because that's,
but they're related.
They're related sometimes they're not related.
Yeah.
The conflicts between a single family vehicle, which is what we're talking about, and a farm vehicle are what we're talking about. And does adding more vehicles to Panther Creek Road than what the design capacity is for that type of road, does that ipso facto mean a farm impact? I don't think so. I think the question is, does it, would it create, is there any evidence that it would create an impact in this instance? We've looked at that and our conclusion is no. Now, the second question is there something we could do with Meadowlark and Panther Creek, that intersection? Because again, it's the intersection that is the capacity generator. I mean, if you have, think of it this way, if we're all in Tron, and you have just a straight line in a computer and you're running light cycles along that line and they never turn, there is no capacity limitation. Right. So the capacity limitations are going to come from the intersections. The question is, from a capacity standpoint, did this trigger an improvement requirement at Meadow Lake and Panther Creek to meet the county's own design standards? I don't know the answer to that. And if I were to guess, I would say no, because we didn't end up with that sort of condition. But I would defer to staff on whether or not the capacity issue is a problem here. Is there something we could do with that intersection? Yes, I'm sure that with enough money and time, yeah.
But this is really the driveway intersection that I'm most concerned about. I mean, it's great. Like,
well, but
Panther Creek and
I'm gonna pass it over him. But one thing, and I need to be clear about this. The capacity, the intersection that determines capacity on the roads is not a driveway. It's the intersections on the county roads. So I just want to make that clear. Whether or not there's something we can do with the driveway, yeah, I mean, presumably, sure, but I'll leave it to Kellen.
Yeah, so when we did this traffic study, and this is how I read it, going to Panther Creek, that 394 number, I mean, Panther Creek serves all the houses back in that area.
Yeah.
Like that's really the only way to get there. You can go up Meadow Lake and go the long way around, but that's the way to get there. The entrance to this B&B, if you look at your map, is halfway between Meadow Lake and Red Shot Lane. So it's really 500 feet or so coming up that road.
Right.
Currently, farm equipment used on that road is used by our team. The grass field across the street, they have different entrances they don't use. And there's also a fire station right across the street from where this entrance is.
Yeah.
For your question on safety, our intent is to widen the apron to the driveway coming in. So it's easier for people to come in and out of that driveway.
And then on the left turn out, I mean, I'm obviously not as familiar with it as you, but I do know that there is some limited sight distance up at the top, but I don't know how far down your driveway is. So whether that's a limited sight distance issue or it's just you're down the hill.
There's no site issue coming out of that driveway.
Okay,
But when
perfect.
we widen the apron, it'll just be easier to move in and out.
Right.
As far as anything on the sides of the road, we intersect Beaver Creek at a point, which can't really widen, and the rest is, I think, just drainage ditches.
Right.
So
So
Okay, thank you.
can
for-
someone remind me of the speed limit on Panther Creek?
I think it's basic rule, but Kellen would know.
most people coming down the hill,
Well, it says
Different?
48 was the 85th percentile here.
yeah, coming down the hill.
I'd probably drive faster than that.
Yeah, people usually are in the
Okay.
40 to 50 range. But it comes to a curve and you have to slow down at the stop sign at Meadow Lake. So it's a pretty quick slowdown.
Okay, so I think my question is kind of a subset of Commissioner Kula's concerns is where, it's not super clear on the maps where the creek sort of, bifurcates the property and the proximity to this proposed new driveway. Can you kind of give us some parameters on that? On where it's,
So the creek is like 300 feet or so. And yeah, it should be in the staff report here.
and maybe you already
Can I show it
touched
to
on
you?
it a little bit. Yeah.
And Chair Bershauer, that map that he's showing you was appended to the staff report.
So you can see
Okay.
the Beaver Creek going through here.
Right, so it's not, at least I couldn't find where the proposed driveway is in relation to, but obviously this is not your map, so. It's saying
So
right
there's
here,
dot. Yeah. So basically it'll come up right around here and go straight up.
okay. So to Commissioner Kula's point, there's
So
plenty
this
of,
is the section that we're talking about here, which is
Right.
around 500 of road.
okay. So plenty of room to sort of create somewhat of a bump out or additional space there for the entrance of the driveway.
Yes, right now it's a 12-foot driveway coming up the hill, and so we're gonna widen deeper. And it's easier to go in and out.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And from what I understand, and Kellen, correct me if I'm wrong, but the driveway that we would be using, and this gets back to our switch of the primary access point from Red Shot Lane to directly to Panther Creek. Primary access point here is going to be closer to Meadow Lake Road than
Right.
Red Shot Lane. So presumably people taking a left turn who live in this area and use Red Shot Lane will not be conflicting with traffic from guests coming in and out.
Did your traffic study people say that? I'm just thinking of what you've shared. You were just saying presumably.
Well, we were
so-
never asked to analyze turning movements,
Yeah.
but just as if you look at the map, Commissioner Kula, you have Meadow Lake Road that runs roughly from northwest to southeast, and then Panther Creek goes from northeast to southwest
Mhm.
off of that road. And if you look at, I'm not sure where it is in the record, but we did submit a map from Westlake Consultants as part of our farm impacts analysis that shows where the parcel is and where Red Shot Lane is. And if you look at it, any driveway that we're going to use directly to Panther Creek Road is going to be effectively upstream of the intersection of Red Shot Lane and Panther Creek Road.
Yeah.
So there's just simply no way that a left turn movement either onto Red Shot Lane or from Red Shot Lane onto Panther Creek is going to be conflicting with the vast majority of trips that are going associated with the guests.
Cool. It's amazing that you went from presumably to like, what is that, 99% certainty?
Well, some things
I'm-
you can
I'm
look
impressed.
at, some things you can look at a map and say, all right, if Red Shot Lane is here and the driveway is here and Meadow Lake Road is up here, you know that you're not going to have a whole lot of trips, because we did look, and I don't know whether this is clear in the record or not, but I know I had the conversation at some point about where the majority of the trips would be generated from. So most people are going to be coming in and out via Meadow Lake Road.
Mhm.
And so if they're
I
coming,
presumed that,
yeah, well,
but I shouldn't have presumed it.
well, we don't know yet because we haven't built it, but we can make some educated assumptions, and that's why we have our traffic engineers. But Meadow Lake Road is the connection to the rest of the county's road system. Panther Creek is where we're accessing, and our access is going to be before, if you're going from Meadow Lake Road to this bed and breakfast, you're going to hit the driveway to the bed and breakfast before you hit Red Shot Lane.
Right.
That's a
Yep.
fact. I can tell that from the map. And if that's helpful, great. As far as the trip generation assumptions, those are based on the ITE manual. And I did see a note in here that said that the 400 ADT limit is not a county limit or
Right.
binding. It's just an advisory, and it's
Right.
kind of a back of the napkin assumption that the traffic engineer used. So I just want to
Yeah, it's
point that out.
based upon
And just to
its designation.
reinforce, at least what I saw, there's going to be signage on the driveway off of Panther Creek Road, and it will be readdressed so that people coming from Arizona who don't know their way around, are going to really be directed to the new driveway versus to Red Shot Lane. Commissioner Sterrett.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just if I could have staff weigh in on this and maybe put a bow on it regarding the public agency reports that we get. And when we look at those, if there are any deficiencies in those, I'm assuming they would have been addressed. But Lance, my guess is the public agency reports did not, red flag any of these specific issues. And how does that factor into, at the end of the day, the discussion that we've had so far regarding the traffic and impact?
Thank you, Commissioner Sarah, for that question. In regards to the public agency responses that we got back, we did send a referral to the Public Works Department for review by their director and staff. And the response we got back was that they found no issues with the proposed use. We try to work as closely as possible with every land use that requires sending a referral to our partner agencies and lean heavily on the feedback from Public Works. And if they ask for or suggest that improvements are warranted on a county road, then I would discuss with the director whether that's worth putting a condition of approval on there. And then coordinating with the applicant and Public Works Department to ensure that that work was done up to their standards. I don't know if the director wants to add anything to that. And I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much. Yes, it did.
Okay, any further questions for the applicant?
Nope.
No? Okay. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Chair.
I will now call for any testimony in support of the application. And if you are online, please raise your virtual hand.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's no attendees. Okay. Okay, that brings us then to the appellant's case. And I believe we are being joined by Friends of Yamhill County, and it looks like Catherine and Rob.
Please don't consider that we are challenging you. We are raising issues regarding an application.
Yes, the appeal, the reason we're here.
My name is Catherine Jernstead. I'm the current president of Friends of Yamhill County. And my personal residence is on Mineral Springs Road in Carlton.
And I'm Rob Halliburton. I'm also with Friends of Yamhill County. I'm PO Box 117 Dayton.
Welcome.
Chair Burschauer, Commissioners Kula and Starrett, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. Friends of Yamhill County works to protect the natural resources through the implementation of land use planning goals, policies, laws, and that maintain and improve the present and future quality of life in Yamhill County for both urban and rural residents. We're deeply committed to Oregon's statewide planning goals and wish to draw particular attention to Goal 1, citizen involvement, to develop a citizen involvement program that ensures the opportunity for citizens to be involved in all phases of the planning process. I'm going to digress from the written material for a few minutes in that at the conclusion of last week's session, Director Friday made some assertions about the conduct of Friends of Yamhill County in this very public forum, but it was after we had a time to respond. We continue to assert that we are entitled as citizens to follow public notices and participate. There are no conditions of residency, property ownership, or proximity. Earlier this week, Director Friday sent me some copies of emails that date from early in 2021, asking for a response to a policy change at Friends of Yamhill County. My sent email archive does not go back that far, so I was not able to confirm whether or not I replied to his communication. What I do recall is that there was extensive discussion at the time with the Friends of Yamhill County Board, including a number of past presidents, and at that time, and all said there is no such policy. At the time, we were also communicating with the county through legal counsel on a matter of denied standing. It's possible that we were advised against responding. And as the case was resolved with our standing being acknowledged, the question seemed settled in my mind. The Friends of Yamhill County Board deliberates and votes on what issues we comment on and appeal. It is certainly advantageous to have neighbors also engaged. And this traffic issue, I think, has energized a number of neighbors to this project, but it's not a determinative factor. It's not uncommon for a member or neighbor to bring an application to our attention, but decline to have their name used. Reasons can include concerns about relationships within the neighborhood, being intimidated by the codes and procedures, technology access, not having the time to spend waiting for a hearing to start. I'm so pleased we're a good hour and a half ahead of last week's schedule here. And all too often, they're wanting to convey cynicism about not having an impact. We are unpaid volunteers, relatively unencumbered by self-interest, but deeply committed to the quality of life in Yamhill County. To the matter at hand, the applicant has said this was basically a redo of last week, and we beg to differ. One of the significant ways this differs actually piggybacks on the earlier discussion about Lux versus approvals, conditional use permits. The owner of this property elected to move forward with building this structure as a replacement dwelling. And I believe that technically is correct. What has not been addressed in that process necessarily, and has not been resolved yet, is the conditional use for this bed and breakfast. And again, the farm impacts are an important and valid issue, but so is the adequacy of public facilities, as in roads and the like. This is parcel size in this zoning is EF or AF. none of the property inventory documents. And for that, I referred to Westlake Consultants Exhibit 2, page 5 and 6 in the packet, which is this map. And then on the back, the chart of properties. You will notice that all of these are EF or AF, not all 80 acres like this property, but none of them are in the exclusion zone residential, 10 acres and less. What the significance of this is that it matters what parts of the comprehensive plan we read. And it also, very specifically, these are the properties to be protected. I think it was fairly apparent to all observers that this replacement dwelling was being purpose-built for a home occupation, B&B, not a single-family dwelling engaged in farming for profit. Again, we don't dispute that initial permit of replacement dwelling, but there are standards in both the Yamaha County zoning ordinances and Oregon revised statutes for principal dwellings not provided in conjunction with farm use in EFU zones. In both citations, there are specific limits on the number, being limited to 5, of unrelated persons permitted. And the ORS is room and board arrangements for a maximum of 5 unrelated persons in existing residences. The Yamhill County zoning ordinance, where staff refers to 402.4I, I believe, we need to read on down to R, which says room and board arrangements for a maximum of 5 unrelated persons in an existing dwelling. Again, would emphasize this is an existing statute in both state and county to limit the number of non-family, of transient occupants in EFU land. Much of what follows in my written testimony has to do with comprehensive plan language. Again, I can go through it, but I trust your ability to also do the same. I would respectfully ask that the application be denied based on its inconsistency with the scale permitted in EFU lands, the failure to address the adequacy of public facilities, i.e. roads and access, and it's not a farm dwelling, and a hotel or motel is not permitted use. Again, in looking through the public agency reports, the Public Works specifically speaks to a B&B on Red Shot Lane. This thing has been going on for long enough now that some of the early staff reports and some of the initial assumptions have changed. And I believe that represents a significant reason for pause. And if there aren't any questions, I'll turn it over to Rob.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Chair Burschauer, members of the board. Again, my name is Rob Halliburton for the recording. I'm going to take part of what Catherine said and just go into a little bit more detail. And it is going to be very similar to what you heard me say a week ago. And I'm working from the attachment to the initial appeal application. And with regards to the criterion, today during oral testimony, I'm going to focus on the zoning ordinance section 1004.01C, which says the home occupation will be operated substantially in the dwelling or other buildings normally associated with uses permitted in the zone. And excuse me, have a little bit more to go on this week than I did last week. There was basically in the record last week, it just assumed that it was a dwelling, the written record. And we basically didn't know until after our time to testify what the county's thinking even was on why it was a dwelling. It wasn't in the written record, and it was only during the staff recommendation that we got some insight into where the county was coming from, which was basically, if I could just summarize at the time, that it was the structure could be used as a dwelling. Those were the words that stuck in my mind from last week. But we have a little more to go on this week. In the findings for this criterion on page 10 of the staff report, it says the building permits issued by the planning department for the replacement dwelling, which is to be used as the bed and breakfast, were issued for construction of a single family dwelling. That's a fact. We don't say that's not true. I would say that while I would say the fact that it was built to the residential building code is not irrelevant, it certainly is relevant. It's not determinative as to whether this is a dwelling. And the reason I would say that is the board should not conflate the building code with the zoning code. The zoning code has its own definitions that need to be addressed separate from what the building official does when issuing a building permit. The findings on page 10 go on to say there are no county ordinances that regulate the design or aesthetics of a single family dwelling. So a property owner has the freedom to design a single family dwelling as they like, so long as the dwelling is not designed for multifamily occupancy. We disagree with that statement. There are other things besides multifamily that a structure could be. And so we disagree that the test is whether it could be used as a dwelling. I would point out that I rode yesterday on my bicycle by what was formerly a schoolhouse that's now a dwelling. I regularly ride by in my car a barn that is now a dwelling. The fact that it could be used as a dwelling doesn't influence under the zoning code whether it's a dwelling. And so I'd like to go to the definition of a dwelling, which again we went over last week. But a building containing one dwelling unit designed and occupied by one family member, or one family only, excuse me, one family only. That says that it's designed for one family, whereas the findings say that there are no design requirements. Well, there is a design requirement that it be designed for one family. And as Catherine mentioned, there's a definition of a family in the zoning code. And it, among other things, it says up to 5 unrelated people. But even when there are 5 unrelated people, it says all living together as a single housekeeping unit. So that the definition of a family goes back to the definition of a dwelling. And is it designed, not could it be used, but is it designed for one family to live together? We contend that in this case it's not. It's clear on its face that that this is designed for transient occupancy, with each bedroom having its outside entrance, which again, you could live there, but that's not what it's designed for. The fact that the building code and the building permit and the conditional use permit were applied for somewhat concurrently. I don't know the exact dates of either, but I'm sure it was apparent to the county that the purpose of this building was to be used as a bed and breakfast. The definition of a dwelling goes on to say that it does not include a hotel, motel, or other accommodations used for transient occupancy. And again, this is designed for that use. So the definition of a motel is one or more attached or detached buildings containing housekeeping or sleeping units designed and used for the temporary accommodation of tourists or transients. So this building, we contend, does satisfy the definition of a motel, and it does not satisfy the definition of a dwelling. And therefore, the conditional use permit does not comply with section 1004.01C. So that concludes my testimony on that point. We would hesitantly request that we be allowed to have some time later if new issues are brought up during the staff recommendation. Last week, we didn't have the opportunity to respond to some new information, which we believe was prejudicial to our interests. And so I don't know if that's out of bounds, the request, but we would like you to at least consider that.
Great, thank you. So Catherine, when you opened your statement, you were speaking about, I just want to be clear, you're speaking about this discussion that happened last week around the role of Friends of Yamhill County and when you get involved and when you don't. And it was sort of an unwritten rule that you don't get involved unless the neighbors are upset about something. That is not true. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Okay.
the term is previously existing Friends of Yamhill County policy that shows up in Mr. Friday's conversations. I don't know where he got that. There was, as far as I've been able to ascertain, never any policy to that effect, written or unwritten. It's a matter of preference and procedure.
Okay, that the board discusses and
Yes.
decides on. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I have a question. We discussed this last week as well, the discrepancy between a 5-room and a 9-bedroom room B&B. Can you clarify how that's different? I think it's a state statute that it says 5, but we say 9. So can you clarify that a little bit?
I'm not sure I can clarify it. I can just say that we used to have it as a 5-room bed and breakfast, was a use that was permitted as a home occupation. And then we discovered that other counties were going up to a 9-room bed and breakfast. And so we checked with the state and found that that was something that could be done. Our planning commission and board at the time wanted to do that. I don't mind at all if we went back to 5, and I'd actually had a brief discussion about that with Jody afterwards, that that might take some of the I guess profitability of larger
Right.
corporations coming in and doing this, when really it's seen as a home occupation. But having said that, right now the application before you is
It
for
would be
9.
new ones.
Yeah,
Not this
yeah, it
one.
would be new ones, not this one. It has no relevance to this one. Our ordinance, which was acknowledged by the state Department of Land Conservation and Development when Rob was actually working there at the state. It was acknowledged by them that 9 was fine.
Okay. So there wasn't any discussion around how much is too much? There wasn't.
I don't recall. I don't recall there being that discussion. And I do recall that, a few years ago, the board had, tried to look at accommodations and, what does the county have as far as accommodations and it was found that the county lacked, enough accommodations. And the feeling was that people could come out from Portland and do little day trips, but that it was difficult to find a place to stay in Yamhill County. And so, I'm sure it just depends on which side of the issue you're on as to how you view it.
Great, thank you. And
May
I
I-
see Commissioner Starrett has a question. Go ahead, Commissioner Starrett.
Thank you, Chair. A question for staff regarding the distinction of the definition of a dwelling as was brought up. Can you address that, Ken?
Yeah, I don't have the definition sitting in front of me. Oh, I guess I do. A building containing one dwelling unit designed for and occupied by one family only. And then it says dwelling unit, one room or rooms connected together constituting an independent housekeeping establishment designed and used for occupancy by one family, including dependent relatives, caretakers, servants, and servants as appropriate. I guess in the Friends of Yamhill County appeal, it says the structure has 9 separate rooms each with an exterior door for ingress and egress, and no interior access to the rest of the structure. And I would say that's just not accurate. It does, it is all designed to be together. It's got a hallway that connects it. There's not a design standard on the size or the layout of a structure. We do have limits on, let's say if someone wanted to put in, a kitchen on one level and have, a living room, bathrooms, and then the next level down has the same thing, we would consider that to be a duplex. So that would not be considered to be a single family dwelling. But as the applicant testified, this property had a 10,000 square foot house on it, and there wasn't any question that that was a single family dwelling. I'm thinking of Del Smith's house is, I think, 26,000 square feet, has 11 bedrooms, and just one kitchen. It's a big kitchen, but one kitchen, a whole bunch of accessory uses in there, including a indoor pool, and all of that is something that you can build as a single family dwelling. And so I guess I don't see how this that has, kitchen, number of bedrooms and bathrooms is different. I think this is a single family dwelling unit and can be used as a single family dwelling unit. And it can also be used as a bed and breakfast.
Thank you, Ken. Commissioner Starrett, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it, Ken.
Thank you.
May I respond to a couple of issues here? I understand that the B&B number is 9, but we rarely are able to read something in that much isolation. The B&B standard is not getting at issues about protecting farmland and the various applicable uses in the different zones. For that, you go to the comprehensive plan document, which has that language about expansion of the concept of home occupations, but has specific language related to the underlying zoning. So our position is that in addition to the 9 of the bed and breakfast, it also needs to be read in terms of the zone specific language of limiting 5 for transient occupancy. And I would hazard a guess that Del Smith never rented out rooms in his residence. And we are talking about a commercial use in an exclusive farm use zone.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rob.
And I would also point out that we haven't relied in our arguments at all on the size of the structure. The fact that there was a 10,000 square foot house there before is not really relevant to our objections. And also, just to get way down in the weeds, the state does not acknowledge each individual plan or ordinance amendment that a county makes. It has the opportunity to appeal it. In this case, the state decided not to appeal it, so it was deemed acknowledged, but the state made no affirmative approval of the raising from the 5 rooms to 9 rooms. And to my knowledge, that's never been litigated yet.
That is really getting down in the weeds. Thank you.
Yeah.
But good point, because that's one of the things I researched before today. So, okay. Any further questions for the appellant?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, there was a question about reserving, and I wanted to clarify, are you asking to have the record left open? Are you asking for another chance post, in this hearing post?
I was
rebuttal?
asking for during the hearing.
So you're asking for, you want to have a rebuttal to the rebuttal?
Well, only if there's new information brought up that we haven't had the chance to respond to. I think that's unlikely this week. I just wanted to just in case.
Okay.
And if in order to do this in a procedurally correct fashion, we have to ask for the record to be left open, Consider yourselves asked.
Well, let's start with an additional rebuttal. I think that might answer some more questions immediately. So,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you.
Did I do something wrong?
No.
Okay.
I don't know what they just asked for, and I think that's what Ken Huffer was looking at. me,
Yeah,
and
I was-
I'm looking at
I think we
Jody.
all know what they're
Yeah,
asking for.
I understand it as a rebuttal to the rebuttal by the applicant. In
But
case there,
applicant,
I think they're talking about a rebuttal to the staff recommendation. Apparently, I didn't think I said anything wrong, but apparently I said something that they wanted to rebut from last week is what I'm gathering. And I promise to be very careful to reference only something that's in the record.
So, Christian, chime in here because you know these ordinances better than me. I don't know if that's allowed under our hearing ordinance.
Okay.
I think that's what Ken was looking at me about. But I do not know this ordinance by heart, so I'm gonna have to review it and I'll just do that.
Christian, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. It's not anything I believe that this board has allowed previously. And I'll ask for Ken or Ken Friday and others to stop me if I'm straying afield here. But if the board chose to provide any sort of rebuttal to the appellant, I believe the final rebuttal would still need to then be provided. An opportunity for final rebuttal would still need to be provided to the applicant. But I think going that extra step, I don't know that that's in accordance with our procedures. So my recommendation would probably be that you don't go there. But if you did, in the interest of fairness and to make sure that everyone has had an opportunity and to sort of, in my view, follow our procedure as sort of closely as we would normally would then be to give the applicant an opportunity to also have to make a final statement.
Ken, did you want to weigh in too?
No, I agree. That is outside of our procedure if we give the applicant gets the final word. And
Okay.
so if we give additional rebuttal to the opponents, we need to give final rebuttal to the applicant. I would caution you not to do that.
Okay.
Not to go outside of our established procedures.
Okay, so there's been a request to keep the record open. Do we have to decide that right now?
As long as they have the request to leave the record open, we are required to do so, and we can give you a schedule at the end. So I'm going to consider that they've requested to leave the record open, and if they want to, at the end, they can withdraw that request, but we'll be ready and consider it to have been made at this point.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will move on to other testimony in opposition to the application. And it looks like I do have Pam Kindle in the audience to provide oral comment. Did I say your last name right, Kindle?
Yes.
Okay.
But everybody else misspells it. They want to spell it like the little
Yeah.
Y's with an L-E instead of an
Well, they
E-L.
haven't always. It's not that old, is it?
Oh, and
Okay.
I want to say this is so far outside my comfort zone, so I hope I don't get to ramble.
Well, we love it when people come and visit us, so.
You saw the fair ambassadors here. I'm sure
Yes.
they were uncomfortable too, and it was okay.
So Pam, just for the record, we need your name and address, and then you can
Okay.
proceed with your
It's
comment.
Pam Kindle, Kindel, and my address is 15925 Northwest Red Shot Lane, Carlton.
Thank you.
And before I start, I did want to clarify, not that it matters to anybody or maybe won't make any difference to anything, because it's been back and forth about what is on the subject parcel, and the 10,000 square foot home that was demolished, I understand, was not located on this piece. This has a mobile home on it. And is that correct? And there was a replacement dwelling permit issued for the mobile home. The other parcel still has a replacement dwelling permit for the 10,000 square foot home that was demolished, which is on the adjacent parcel. So,
Ken, if you could provide.
That's
sorry,
helpful.
I,
Thank
you know, it's gone back and forth several times and I
Okay.
thought, oh my gosh, am I once again confused? Which isn't unusual. Okay, I had made some notes while people were talking, and so I had to look and see if there was anything else that had me concerned. And at some point, that horrible map, I threw this together this morning, just kind of trying to put something together for a visual aid, and I'll get to that. I want to say that throughout the application process here, I have expressed concerns over this application from the beginning. My husband and I live on Red Shot Lane. We've been there for 9 years. And so once the properties were acquired on Red Shot Lane and just chaos ensued, I've been watching all of this, and I was still torn about being here today. I did have a lengthy conversation with the property owner, Mr. Fody, on Sunday, and we discussed some of the steps that he's taking that hopefully will help to reduce some of the concerns that I have had, with the most significant change being the change of the location for the B&B guest access to come off of Panther Creek Road instead of Red Shot Lane. And I do appreciate the fact that in talking with Mr. Fody, he's always been willing to talk to me. I certainly can't fault him there. But I do know that there's only so much he can do. I mean, nobody can do everything to satisfy me, especially, I guess.
At least you admit that.
Oh, ask my husband. Nothing I do ever makes you happy. And he has an enormous amount of time and energy and money invested in this project. And it's part of, it's an integral piece of a master plan for that area involving Red Shot Lane, Meadow Lake Road, Panther Creek Road, and there's other locations in Yamhill County. And if, you know, the map shows on there where the Fodys live, which is right on the corner of Red Shot Lane and Panther Creek Road. And then they own a number of other properties in the area. That map, and there are other properties in addition to the ones I've colored. I didn't get over to the left. I guess that should be west. I didn't get to the west further, but there are other properties over there that are also owned, some of them still contiguous to their, you know, to this subject site. So it's kind of understandable. Red Shot Lane is sort of their headquarters, I think. At least that's my impression. And it makes it hard to distinguish what activities are specific to the application. And especially since the facility is not yet in operation, that sort of makes some of my concerns speculative a bit. And it makes it's been a struggle to separate the issues that are specific to the project from my concerns over any impacts from future developments of the other properties that the property owner has. And even though I know that none of that has any bearing on the application, it's, I guess, kind of a disclaimer. And it also is somewhat complicated by the fact that I kind of basically think people ought to be able to do what they want on their own property, as long as it doesn't negatively affect others to the unacceptable level. But the magnitude of this project and others ongoing that has already changed this whole little area in Yamhill County, and in particular Red Shot Lane, which of course is where I live and what concerns me the most. So I realize I'm speaking in opposition, but I felt more compelled to come here because I felt that if I was absent, it would sort of imply consent, kind of approval. And I don't know that I'm in approval. Land use laws were designed to protect the agricultural and forest lands. So the litmus test for approval is really unrelated to how it might affect residents who live on property that is not necessarily suited to farm or forest activities, or that might have what could be considered the hobby farms, even ones who have been here for generations. But this is an example of a large-scale, non-agricultural, non-farm conditional use designed to bring large numbers of people, along with all of the associated traffic and other activities, into a rural area. And it will affect everyone in this area where, around where I live, regardless of what kind of property they live on. When we purchased our property in 2013, location and privacy were two of our biggest considerations. And the peacefulness and privacy of Red Shot Lane was due to the fact that it is a dead-end private road. It had about a dozen homes on it. There's been a difference of opinion about whether Red Shot Lane is public or private, and whether there are usage restrictions. And, I'm of the mindset that that's a question that truly could only be definitively answered by a court, and we don't have the time or money to pursue that. And it probably really has no bearing on whether or not the application can be approved. I do know that the road is not county maintained, so any maintenance or repair costs would be the responsibility of the people who live on Red Shot Lane. And I did call Public Works, Yamhill County Public Works, on 2 occasions, and they confirmed to me that the road is categorized as a private road in the road's master list. Previous comments I submitted, and I don't know if you guys get provided that entire record. Hope you didn't have to try to read through the letters I submitted. They were long.
We saw your records.
Okay.
We did.
It's okay.
And read them.
And they've discussed the issues associated with Red Shot Lane and it as it relates to the proposed use. And my comments have been responded to both by staff and the applicant's attorney. And I kind of wanted to touch on some of them. I know Commissioner Kula sort of brought up some traffic issues, and I understand, it's like I'm beating this traffic drum, but specific to the criteria with conditional use criteria section 1202.02E, the proposed use is appropriate considering that the adequacy of the public facilities and services existing or planned for the area affected, and home occupation approval standard 1004.01J. A home occupation shall not generate traffic or parking beyond what normally occurs in the applicable zoning district. I concur that there's no way to measure traffic generation for a facility that is not yet operational. It's all speculation on this. But what's troubling is that the evaluation and conclusion of compliance with the standards is based on the traffic study mentioned earlier, done by Kittleson and Associates in January. And I don't know for a fact, I assume that was a voluntary report. I don't think it was a requirement for approval. But here's the map. when the traffic study was done, the tubes to count the traffic were placed in such a way that it excluded traffic associated with the number of these properties owned by the applicant. And that includes a bed and breakfast they currently operate that is right, across from the intersection there with Panther Creek Road, a farm stand that at that time was in operation. It has since been moved to another location. The guest access, the proposed guest access for the proposed B&B, and the driveway access to the Fodes residence. On the map that I gave you, all of the yellow area that I colored in there is our properties owned by the applicant. The tubes that were used to count the traffic, as you can see, the one on Meadow Lake Road was placed beyond the 3 properties there that take access off of Meadow Lake Road. And the one on Panther Creek Road was then placed beyond the access to Red Shot Lane. And the one on Red Shot Lane was placed beyond, up Red Shot Lane beyond the driveway access into the Fodes residence. And I'm here to tell you, there is a lot of traffic that comes up Meadow Lake Road every morning, going to the 3 properties on Meadow Lake Road, going into even the subject property, in and out of the Fodes residence. There would have been, I mean, I can't count, I can only speculate. I do know people who live on Meadow Lake Road who has said that there has been a ton of traffic increase on Meadow Lake Road. Can I say for sure that it is related to this? No, but I know personally, following up cars from up Meadow Lake Road, I see them turning into the ones on Meadow Lake Road or up the other properties that are owned here. So there is a lot of traffic generated by different activities associated with properties under the same ownership that was excluded from the traffic study. So to continue in the, there was a lot of justification for approval standards or or just kind of rebutting comments that I had made referencing the Kittleson report. But the Kittleson report, I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer, and so maybe there's a legitimate reason to exclude a whole bunch of traffic from a traffic report, but it just seems to me that it's misleading as far as what the true numbers are. And even with that report, the traffic being, grossly undercounted, it still showed on Red Shot Lane itself an average of 177 vehicle trips a day. And there's an ebb and flow to the traffic up and down that road. But I recall, because when I saw those tubes being there, I knew what they were, but I assumed it was the county doing it because of the placement that seemed to be beyond these properties. But at 177 trips a day, if you were to factor that out for a year, that's 65,000 trips on a road that's 13 feet wide. It's less than 3/4 of a mile long, and most of it is going to properties owned by the same individuals. And the access, most of the access is just 1,250 feet from where it turns off of Panther Creek Road. So within 1,250 foot stretch of road, and you can see the road itself, it has a 90-degree turn where traffic comes up the road just past where I've noted my property there. It's simply too much traffic on there. And whether or not it's attributable to this use that isn't operational yet, I can't say. When I talked to Mr. Foti a few days ago, he assured me that once the access is completed off of Panther Creek Road, that I'm going to see a huge reduction in traffic, which doesn't make sense to me. If the current traffic is not related to it, I don't understand how opening the access off of Panther Creek Road is going to reduce the current traffic on Red Shot Lane. And I still am concerned because the proposal, is going to move guest access there, but says that Red Shot Lane is going to continue to be used for employees of the home occupation and occasional service vehicles. But I can't seem to get a description of exactly what an occasional service vehicle is, or how often it's going to be coming up the road, or what numbers, what is there going to be 3 trucks delivering linens, or I don't know what that means. Section 1004.01I states that a home occupation shall not generate noise, vibration, glare, fumes, odors beyond what normally occurs in the applicable zoning district. And section 1202.02F states the use is or can be made compatible with existing uses and other allowable uses in the area. In comments that I submitted on March 7th, I noted that there have been occasions where exhaust drifts onto our property and actually becomes trapped for extended periods of time. I mean, it literally, it hangs like a cloud in there. Our property from Red Shot Lane kind of dips down and then comes up to our house. And in that dip, it will just hang in there. And I don't even go outside during that time. I have asthma, but I have horses and goats, and there's nowhere to put them to get them away from that. Staff responded to that and noted that this predates the operation of the bed and breakfast, and so can't be linked to that use. And it's more likely that that guests would be using passenger vehicles and not generate those kinds of fumes. And also said that typical traffic in the agricultural zones and the forest zones use heavy farm and forest vehicles and equipment in close proximity to livestock and residents, which is true. However, I've lived on rural property most of my life, including 17 years on Meadow Lake Road, which is very busy, 9 years at my current residence, and have never experienced that ever, other than during the last couple of years with the ongoing activities that I don't know what it's associated with. And for the record, it is extremely rare to see, a farm vehicle coming up that road. I don't know what all those vehicles are, but it's not farm vehicles. And I guess kind of to summarize, I really want to say that I'm not so much in opposition of this, but if I didn't come, it would appear that I approve it. You look around and say, well, there's no neighbors here that have anything to say about this. Well, I do. And I have no ill will towards the Fotis. Mr. Foti has made himself available to talk to me. His hands are tied. He's got this vision, and but the peace and privacy and the quality of life for us truly has been destroyed. I mean, it's gone. And we have actually made the decision to move, but unfortunately we can't find a place to move to that fits what we want in a location we want. And so for the time being, we're stuck there for an unknown period of time. I kind of expect that ultimately the application is going to be approved. And I hope that Mr. Fode's correct in his statement that the new access is going to pull traffic off of Red Shot Lane. I don't know. So much of my concerns are, it's hard to pull them apart from concerns over the scope of what's being developed here. And even taking into consideration that every one of these properties that Mr. Fode owns, he could put a B&B on. And there's nothing in, to my knowledge, that has a saturation level or any kind of limitations as far as proximity to other B&Bs. I know there are other B&Bs in that vicinity in addition to the one they already are operating. So Red Shot Lane could, at this point, Red Shot Lane has become more, the access for the people who live there is secondary to the usage by just one specific property owner. And it's, I know it doesn't necessarily meet the criteria, and you have to turn a blind eye, but what about the people that actually live on these properties? That, it isn't as if I wanted to, I couldn't farm my 14 acres. I've got, I think I have a forest deferral and we've got trees on it, but I'm not going to cut them down. I do have some milk goats but it's, I mean, I'm technically farming, but the impact to them is from the traffic is I'm sure they're not enjoying it. So
Great. Thank you, Pam.
anyway, sure.
Thank you.
If I didn't confuse you enough,
No, that was
Yeah.
very clear. Thank you.
I think we
Okay.
heard.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other testimony in opposition to the application? If you're online, just raise your virtual hand and we'll bring you in. Okay, seeing none. That brings us to our public agency reports.
I received responses from the county sanitarian who noted that a septic system installation permit was issued for a system that was sized to accommodate the proposed bed and breakfast use, and that a certificate of satisfactory completion shall be issued prior to building occupation. I received 2 responses from the Soil and Water Conservation District that submitted comments regarding the property owner's responsibility to comply with the Yamhill Basin Agricultural Water Quality Management Area Plan and a responsibility to control noxious weeds on the property. The Soil and Water Conservation District also expressed concerns that the proposed bed and breakfast use is not related to agriculture uses. And earlier I mentioned that Public Works Department responded by saying they found no issues with the proposed use. That response was issued when the access was going to come from Red Shot Lane. They didn't respond when we reissued a referral once the access changed to Panther Creek Road. And that's concludes the public agency reports.
Great, thank you. So that brings us to a rebuttal by the applicant.
Thank you, Chair Burschauer. Once again, Garrett Stevenson for the applicant. So before I jump into rebuttal, I just want to clarify some procedural issues here. You have a request to leave the written record open. And as Mr. Friday pointed out, you are obligated to grant that request. I wanted to confirm what the schedule is, because typically with open record periods, we do what's called a 777, where we have 7 days for anybody to submit evidence and testimony, and then 7 days for anybody to submit evidence and testimony in response to what came in during those first 7 days, and then 7 days for final written argument. And I'm not, and then you will have to come back and deliberate and then make a decision then. And I'm not sure what the schedule is, but I was wondering if we could just have a brief discussion about when you would deliberate on this based on that open record period.
And if we did the standard, it would come back before this board on August 11th. Is that the
August?
date?
Okay.
Yeah.
And
And that's presuming the board decides to go with this, and I can go through each of the dates if you'd like.
yeah, I mean, August 11th works for, and that assumes a 777?
Yes.
Okay. August 11th works for us. Are all the commissioners going to be available on that day?
I will be. Even if I wasn't, I'd make sure I was here.
Yes, and
We
we have
got
a
a thumbs
thumbs up. So
Okay. All right. So that's fine with us. I just wanted to clarify that. So we'll, that's just a housekeeping item there. So I want to respond to Pam Kindle first. And, you know, first of all, I am totally sympathetic to everything that she just said. You know, I think a lot of people, you know, they want their slice of heaven, and when there are changes proposed around it, it naturally causes concern. And so I can't say that I wouldn't have at least some of the same thoughts that Ms. Kindle did about a land development project or a new house or a new bed and breakfast that we heard about. And so I don't dismiss those concerns at all. And as you heard, you know, my client has worked really hard with the neighbors to be accessible and has actually changed the application in response to their concerns. As it regards Red Shot Lane, the reason why, and it's fairly intuitive, I think the reason why our position is that traffic will not increase along Red Shot Lane is because the goal is to get all of the guest traffic directly onto Panther Creek Road. And as you heard, we're going to have signage to make sure that happens. I also want to point out one observation that Ms. Kindle made was that we don't see a lot of farm vehicles in that area. And I think that that underscores our finding in our farm impacts analysis that we don't see a lot of potential conflicts between accepted farm practices and traffic per se. But with all that said, I wouldn't even claim to have any idea about where the fumes she's talking about are coming from. But one thing I can tell you definitively is they're not coming from this particular bed and breakfast because it hasn't been constructed yet. I tend to agree with staff's analysis that when it comes to diesel fumes and the like, most guest trips are going to be made by single occupancy vehicles, which, you know, are subject to emissions requirements and typically are not belching a whole lot of smoke. So I don't think that any of that can be attributed to this use or should be. And the county has environmental standards that we have to meet, and those are ongoing. Privacy concerns are understandable, and I kind of that's kind of what I was getting at when I first started, but they're not a criterion here. And, you know, I fully understand the concerns about not wanting to see people you don't know near your house. That's not a reason to deny the application. We're not required to prove that this application is not going to adversely impact somebody's privacy. But I don't, frankly, when I look at the site plan and the fact that we're moving these people directly out to Panther Creek Road when it does get built, I suspect that the privacy issues are not going to be as serious as what you've just heard. The trip counts were done to try and figure out how many trips were actually being put on the system. There was no there was no calculated strategy to put the tubes in certain areas. to undercount anything. And if you actually go through the trip count locations, they're in the traffic report. They were done at a variety of different locations. You can actually see the printout of the trips that they counted and the exact time that they counted them. And these are all done by a company called Quality Counts. They're well-known, well-respected throughout Oregon. And their goal was to figure out how many trips are on Panther Creek Road to figure out, all right, what's our baseline here? So we don't have any other traffic data in the record on this. Certainly our friends of Yamhill County did not engage a traffic study of their own to disprove what our findings are. And so I think that the best evidence in the record on traffic is in our traffic analysis prepared by Kittleson and Associates.
And
Let's see
I'll
here.
ask you some questions about that, but I just want to make sure you're still on, keep track.
Sure. Well, if I was going to move on to my next point, Commissioner Kula. So if you wanted to ask me more questions about traffic, now would be a great time.
I'll hold them off.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure you get your narrative out.
Okay. Okay. So, you know, that's my response to what we heard from Ms. Kindle. I got to tell you that the comments I heard from Friends of Yamhill County, I think only partially relate to this application. And maybe I am looking at this a bit more broadly, having watched the hearing last week. But what I heard a lot of is what I would say amounts to essentially a policy argument. And that policy argument that has been raised by the Friends of Yamhill County is that we shouldn't have bed and breakfasts this big in the county. That is maybe a very important policy argument to have. It is not an appropriate discussion in the context of a quasi-judicial land use hearing, which is what we have here. I disagree that the definition of a dwelling controls here because there's an old legal axiom that the specific controls over the general, and your code specifically allows bed and breakfast of up to 9 guest rooms. Even if we were to say that definition and the requirement of, single family home is for one family only, first of all, these are guests, they're not residents, so it's not a home for 9 unrelated residents. It's a bed and breakfast home that can accommodate 9 guests. So I think that argument seriously misses the mark. I think that the county has already made the policy decision that, yes, I presume the county knows what a single family home is. I presume the county understands what the goals for certain types of zoning are. And the county has had this policy discussion and decided that bed and breakfasts were allowed with up to 9 guest rooms. I couldn't agree with staff more about what constitutes a single family home and what doesn't. If you look in your packet, you've got our sort of outlined floor plans. This is a single family home. It is not a hotel. The person operating it is going to live in the single family home. We specifically designed it that way. And I just don't think that the policy question of what constitutes a single family home and how many guest rooms is too many, or how many bed and breakfasts in Yamhill County is too many. That's just not a question that's before the board. I didn't hear anything from Friends of Yamhill County that was, at least to me, convincing from a criteria standpoint. With all that being said, this board may very well want to take up that policy question, but I would really hope that it does not do that in the context of this application. I think it wisely chose not to do that in the last application. And so that's really my response to the vast majority of what I heard from Friends of Yamhill County. Let's see here. I want to just make sure that I've covered everything. Oh, there was a question about what constitutes a principal dwelling. I don't think that question is fairly before the board in this application because we already have an authorization for a replacement dwelling. It's a little weird, but if we were to come before you with a combined application for a farm dwelling and a bed and breakfast application, that question might have more relevance, but in this case, I just don't think it's there. Oh, and the last thing I want to say that, and this is frankly a comment that frustrates me as an applicant's attorney. One of the representatives from Friends of Yamhill County said that the initial assumptions have changed in the application. And I took that to mean concern that we had changed the application to accommodate the concerns of the neighbors and the concerns that we heard during the review period. And I have to tell you, if this board, I would think, wants to see applications that are sensitive to that feedback and that take the time to provide additional analysis and evidence when people point out potential flaws in those applications. And I'm not saying ours was flawed initially at all, but we did hear what the neighbors were saying, and we did want to accommodate those requests. So yes, we have changed the application. Yes, we have changed the proposal. And the reason why we did that is to accommodate the feedback we got from the public. So I don't think that the fact that our application has changed in certain respects demonstrates that it's not satisfying the criteria. If anything, I think that the changes we made strengthen our case on the criteria. So with that, I understand I'll have the opportunity to do a final written argument after the first two open record periods, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have before then.
Thank you. And I do agree about the policy issue. One of the things that, and if we get to deliberation today, if Friends of Yamhill County withdraws their request, that's something I was going to touch on. But just as a procedural point, when we say there must be an innkeeper, right? So we had this discussion last week about what a B&B is supposed to be, and that there needs to be somebody living there full time, taking care of the home, providing for the guests. What is our procedure as a county to follow up to make sure that that's actually happening?
That's a good question. We don't do visits into the structure when the structure when the business is actually going on. We are complaint driven, and so recently we had a bed and breakfast that was coming up for renewal, and we asked for proof that they were satisfying the conditions. That proof wasn't convincing enough and forthcoming, and so just recently I issued a denial of that, the extension for that bed and breakfast, and that's the only one I can think of. And one of the issues was about on-site management of it. And so all of that to say, we don't do bed checks. We don't go in onto the property to make sure that the person is there, but we also are complaint driven. We had complaints from neighbors. We responded to it and took what I thought was appropriate action.
Okay.
And there's that review too in 2 years. Sorry.
It's every 2 years, right?
Yeah,
okay.
2-year review.
Okay.
And Commissioner Burchard, I just want to make sure I'm clear. We're not required to have somebody actually live in the dwelling under the applicable criteria. What it says here under the home occupation standards is that the home occupation will be operated by a resident of the property on which the business is located. So there's not a specific requirement that I'm aware of to reside in the bed and breakfast itself. I think that's actually going to be what happens here, but I want to be clear about what the criteria require. I think it requires somebody who's a resident of the property, if I'm not mistaken.
And in that case, the clarification would be that there would be an additional dwelling, an additional legal residence, because this is the home.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, so I want to just make sure I'm clear about what the criteria is. My understanding is this house has been designed to have the person operating the bed and breakfast live in the house. Right. But I don't want to make it sound like that is what the criterion says.
Okay. Maybe I misunderstood that last week, but it sounds like we were discussing having 2 different dwellings, and that is not allowed for this purpose.
That's correct. It's not to propose to be 2 different dwellings. And I don't disagree with the applicant's attorney on what he just said as far as what the criteria talks about.
Okay.
I think I might
So-
have things more than answered.
Okay.
At least you gave him that base. I didn't have to then.
Okay, so if I have a single family dwelling and I apply for a home occupation, the assumption, hopefully, is that I am going to house people in my single family dwelling. I am not going to set up a separate dwelling that would constitute two different dwellings,
Correct.
which is the requirement. So someone does need to be there occupying the home that owns the home.
If you had a situation where you had two dwellings, then you could have someone live in one of the dwellings and operate the bed and breakfast next door. That's not our case here. And we've frankly never had it litigated, and I can't think of a time it's come up as an issue, but we do need to have someone there operating the bed and breakfast.
Full-time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
So
again,
I just want to be clear that that is our understanding and expectation. And I don't know if technically, legally, that's what it says. That's what I heard from you.
yeah, so
But-
the structure's been designed to have the operator, and that's the key thing. It says the home occupation will be operated by a resident. This particular, so the home here, the bed and breakfast, has been designed to have the operator live in the home.
Right. So if there's no.
That's
other
the intention here.
dwelling- Yes.
Right.
As a subset of a single family dwelling approval, or in this place, it's a replacement dwelling.
Right, so the replacement dwelling will have an occupant, full-time resident that
Okay.
operates the bed and breakfast.
Yeah, I don't know if, your first comment was, it's not a requirement, but I think it is, for us, it's a requirement. So I'm not sure where the disconnect is there, but
I think it's just because there's only one home.
Yeah,
There's
so
one
I
legal
just wanted to make
residence,
sure,
right? Dwelling.
what I wanted to do, the reason why I brought it up is because when I was talking about it, I said, gosh, did I correctly say what the criteria are? And so I just wanted to point out that, and partially it was to make sure that I didn't mislead the board about suggesting that we're required to have the resident in there. We intend to have the resident in the bed and breakfast, but the criteria require that it be operated by a resident on the property. So I wasn't trying to walk back anything. I just want to make sure that I was clear about what the standard was.
okay, that makes sense. And then Commissioner Cooley, you had a traffic question?
Oh, yeah. So I did want to note, thank you, Garrett, for the thorough rebuttal. I did want to note that you rebutted a comment that was not made with regard to Ms. Kendall and Red Shot Lane. Her concern was that traffic would not decrease. She said, well, there's a lot of traffic on Red Shot Lane as it is now. And that Mr. Foti has expressed that traffic will decrease on Red Shot in the future once the B&B is operating. And what you said in response to her was, well, or as rebuttal was that the traffic on Red Shot Lane, won't change because it won't increase, excuse me. So I just want to
Well, and that's
and
the
so
reason,
you were
why.
technically accurate, but that didn't address her concerns, right?
Well, I want to make sure, so first of all, I'm going to let Kellen speak to the
Yeah.
existing traffic. If I did not want to make any supposition about what's going on with the existing traffic.
Yeah.
And my practice is to answer concerns that relate to the project itself.
Yeah.
And so I understand that she believes that there's been an increase in traffic. I have no idea what's caused it and whether or not Red Shot Lane will have a reduction in traffic due to the single access that we're proposing based on a current condition. Anything I told you would be just supposition.
Right.
So, but
I just
luckily
wanted to
we've
make sure,
got,
because I was hearing you speaking accurately, but it wasn't actually a rebuttal of Ms. Kendall. But you're gonna have
okay.
Kellen.
Well, we're going to have Kellen talk about the existing traffic.
That sounds great. And then I'm gonna ask another question about traffic.
So just remember, our original application had Red Shot as the primary access. When we did our traffic study, it showed that we were well within what's normally allowed in that zoning. Once we submitted the application, we had some comments from neighbors and others about the amount of traffic, including Ms. Kendall. We went back, spent dozens of hours talking to neighbors, figuring out, what are the issues, how can we resolve this? we came to the conclusion that the best thing to do is to come up Panther Creek. Also, in the meantime, on Red Shot, Ms. Kendall said it's only 13 feet. We've taken it upon ourselves to widen Red Shot in multiple areas after walking with the fire chief. So basically, as you come up Red Shot along the current property owner's access, it's widened. Along another neighbor's property, it's widened. And then around this tree bend, you come in, we've worked with neighbors to actually add more asphalt. So, and we also put up mirrors. So we've taken actions to make Red Shot safer and also widened it. So all that being said, I think to Frank's comment earlier about traffic decreasing, our intent is that after we build this new road coming up, all our contractors that are currently building B&B will be using that access. Anybody else coming up will be using that access. So I think that's where he came
Perfect.
from.
You rebutted it then.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, my next question then for you is, are the tubes that were shown or the drawings of the tubes, did you get the map too from Ms. Kendall?
No, I haven't seen.
Okay. I drew all over this, otherwise you could look at mine. I just wanted to know, are it seems like the tube placements as drawn on there, which is little smears, is accurate to the traffic study, but I wanted to confirm that you believe those to be somewhat accurate.
If you could give me one moment,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
totally. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to decipher what the map is showing here.
So the little blue are we're
The what?
Pam Kendall believed the.
So what,
tubes
I'll
were-
just, yeah, okay, so what I'm seeing,
You're- Okay.
Yeah, these might have been there, but they might not have only been the only, I mean, you're asking, we had Kittleson, a transportation company, come and follow whatever rules they follow. They've done hundreds of these
Yeah.
studies in the past. I mean, I don't think they're
I just want to make sure that
out of the, out of line on any.
My
yeah.
question is this approximately accurate to what Kittleson did?
so I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
And the reason why I have no idea is because I don't have a map. I've got a written description of where
I also have written.
quality counts put the tubes.
Yeah.
And what we have here is Northwest Red Shot Lane, west of Northwest Panther Creek Road. Number of counts there. Northwest Panther Creek Road, south of Northwest Red Shot Lane.
Okay.
So we
with-
could ask Kittleson, they'd be happy to give exact parameters of what they did.
Well, I'm just looking at the, it's wonderful to have like a super simple table. Like I thank Kittleson for that. I've seen a lot of Kittleson's work, so I'm familiar with it. But I would note that if the drawing or the descriptions are accurate, then wouldn't it technically be true that between the intersection of Panther Creek Road and Meadow Lake and the intersection of Red Shot Lane and Panther Creek Road, that we actually should be adding 177 ADTs to the 394 in that section? And you're shaking your head, but I'm just doing math here.
No, I was actually trying to.
Oh,
just-
sorry.
I'm-
Caroline was shaking his head,
Oh,
that's all. Isn't that?
so I'm,
I mean, it sounds like you're making the assumption they just skip these sections.
No, I'm just doing math. I'm just adding. them, right?
so,
That's
okay,
all.
so we know roughly, I mean, let's assume that this map is accurate. We know what the traffic is on Red Shot Lane. So,
Yes. Yeah.
so we've tube counted that. And we know what the traffic is on Meadow Lake and Panther Creek. And that's assuming that this is where all those tubes were.
But we know, sorry to clarify, we know that the tube is after the intersection on Meadow Lake Road. We know it's after the intersection of Panther Creek Road. So we know that the sum total of the traffic east of Panther Creek Road on Meadow Lake Road would be the sum of west of Panther Creek Road on Meadow Lake Road plus Panther Creek Road and Red Shot, correct?
I'm sorry, I wasn't quite, you had mentioned about the daily traffic volume on Red Shot Lane, and I was looking through the report to see if we counted that, and it looks like we did.
I mean, it looks
Um,
like it because it's on table 1.
Yeah, so I don't really have anything to add to that. So what, if
So
you could
whatever-
maybe make it simple if I were good at math, I wouldn't have to do this job. So if you could make it simple for
Okay,
me.
I'll hold up this, seriously, right? I'll hold up this one. So look at, I can even see through it. So in the area between Panther Creek Road intersection and Red Shot Lane, the total ADT, nobody put a tube down in that section of road. But if we add, presumably that because the cars didn't fly after that, if we add 177 and 394, that's the number of trips of cars that we get in that section of Panther Creek Road. Right?
I think I know what you're getting at. And I think the best thing I can tell you, since we're going to have, if we are going to have an open record period, is to go back to Kittleson and ask them how they did the math.
I'd love to have them address that.
I'm really nervous about speculating when it comes to traffic analysis, especially when you get down into the weeds of the particular tube counts and the locations, which is typically, I'm a big picture guy when it comes to traffic analysis, and I very rarely had to talk about locations of tube counts. But I think I understand your question, and I will, depending on what the board decides to do, or I can certainly call Kittleson and ask them to address it.
Okay, that would be great. And I mean, really, it's because we're on the edge of what we designated as the appropriate capacity for a road such as Panther Creek. But if we're literally adding 177 trips, existing trips, because that wasn't measured in there, and then possibly 72 to there, I just want to make sure that we're not pushing the system and creating a problem for, as Ms. Kindle suggests, possible projects down the road. And that's not me saying that this is an approval criteria that I'm going to deny you on. It's really about like, is this section of road really capable of handling it?
So can I make a recommendation?
Yeah.
Can you ask your your county engineer to speak to that question? And I'm happy to speak with them about it.
Yes.
But so there's a couple of different questions here.
There are.
We are not, as the applicant, we are not in a position to step into the shoes in the county and say what is acceptable from a transportation standpoint, as the county. What you have here is a statement that says a daily guideline of 400 ADT does not reflect the actual roadway capacity of Northwest Panther Creek, but is intended to recognize that local roads primarily serve access to the adjacent rural users. So from what I'm seeing, I don't even know if 400 ADT is a limit that the county has adopted, or if it's terribly relevant to how the county approaches traffic improvements. So what I recommend, I'm happy to ask Kittleson about the trip generation and tube counts. But when it comes to whether or not I think that the county would have an issue with capacity here, that's really a question for your county staff.
And then but our county staff needs to have accurate data. And so the accurate data are how many ADTs are going to be on this stretch of road.
Well, fair enough, but I think the county does have accurate data because the tube count data is all available, appended to the report. Whether or not the table reflects that accurately based on your count is a question, but
Oh, it's not my count.
but
It's your count.
the data is, all the tube count data is available to the county. But I guess my nervousness about opining on whether or not this somehow adversely affects the county's road capacity is that I don't think we've had a lot of input, and Ken, tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've had that analysis really done. And frankly, generally speaking, the increase of trips of this magnitude is not what would normally trigger a traffic impact analysis and say a new intersection or something like that.
Yeah, I would agree that we don't typically have this level of detail. And so I'm very, very happy that we do. And, as Lance said, that, we send it to the road department, and we have a provision on a referral that says if we don't have objections from, voiced by the public agency, we will go ahead and take that as they don't have objections. Having said that, I don't mind us taking the information and trying to get a response from them if the record's left open. But I I'm also hearing that, this 400 trip level is, just sounds like a rule of thumb, and it generally a road of this size and this quality, it's going to end up with about this number of trips. And, they've indicated that they're going to be doing improvements to it. I don't know that it's something that we could deny it based on a rule of thumb, if that makes sense.
Right, but we have E 1202.
True.
2E.
Yeah, if the board found that, that they had not satisfied the criteria, then yes, we could.
Yeah. I'm just wanting to make sure this road's gonna handle all the traffic. And it
No,
sounds like there's been
understood,
an
yeah.
increase in traffic.
And I believe me, right now, I'm wishing Julia Kuhn were with me today, so I could basically point to her and say, answer Commissioner Kula's questions, because I'm pretty poor at answering trip count data questions on the fly.
I think you've
And-
done a decent job.
But I think I understand what you're getting at based on the table. I just want to make it clear, I don't think there's any reason to conclude that the tube count data is inaccurate.
Right. It's just that
Maybe
We're
I think
getting
what
a
we
point-
need to do is take a second look at how we're presenting it.
we're getting a point in time that's different than perhaps just the point in time that I'd like to know, which is the one downstream of this proposed new entrance, or I guess it's an existing
Right.
entrance.
No, I understand.
So it's just a different question, that's all. It's really with the same data in theory.
Yeah, quite right. And we're
theory.
gonna ask that question.
Okay, thank you. That's all of my questions, I swear.
Okay.
Well, the other piece of this is what's normally allowed in these zones. And staff looked at that and came to the conclusion that we're well under anything that's normally allowed in that zone, which was part of the approval criteria. So
Right. And
it's
the
a
other
different-
approval criteria that we were just discussing was 1202.2E. So it's a different approval criteria.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Sterrett?
No, Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. I have a couple
Thank
of
you.
clarifying questions for Ken or Lance. 3, actually. So when in the packet, it talks about the floodplain impacts, is that more of a building issue and not this, it's not pertinent to this?
That's
Okay.
right. Yeah, if they were doing any sort of development, then there would have been a floodplain development permit component to this as well that we look at. I just like to mention it in the staff report, so
Okay.
it's in the record.
Okay. And then, so the septic and the well, I'm assuming we're using the same septic system, same well that is there that accommodated the 10,000 square foot home. Is that not right?
To my knowledge, there's been no change to the well.
Okay.
That would be handled with the Department of Water Resources.
Okay.
It might be a question for Kel.
Yeah, so the septic system is a new septic system that will
Okay.
be put in this summer. The well was existing,
Okay.
and we also have city water. So actually on our application, I checked the box, city and well water.
Okay.
On the approval, it just showed well water, but
Okay.
also know that we have and intend to use the municipal water source for that property. So
The water is one that I'm not worried about.
And
I must
it's
say.
Carlton, right? Okay.
through Carlton, right?
Those are spendy water bills.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and then the last question I had was, and I don't know if this was just because Soil and Water Conservation District cut and paste, did a cut and paste on the language,
Oh, I
but
think so.
there was a line in here about developing a trail system and allowing public access to the proposed park. There's nothing like that on your property, right?
We cut in some trails. It's not a public park or public trails. But there are some walkable trails on the tax lot, yes.
Okay, this says public access, so that's why I was thinking that's not right. Okay.
No.
It sounded like maybe they just cut and pasted some language. Okay, so those were my
That's what I assumed too.
3 questions, yeah. Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
And I think that we should honor the request to keep the record open.
Well, I was gonna
especially so I
say,
can get
I'm
these
assuming Friends of Yamhill
things.
County wants to continue. Keep the record open, okay. So that, we stop at staff recommendation, correct?
Yes, and so what I'd like to do is just to read a proposed open record motion, and a member of the board can just say so moved if it sounds acceptable. So I'll just read it. The record shall be open till 5 p.m. on July 21st, 2022 for all parties to submit written testimony or evidence to the planning department at 525 Northeast 4th Street, McMinnville. The record shall then be open until 5 p.m. on July 28th for all parties to submit to the planning department written rebuttal to what was submitted during the first open record period. The record shall then be open for the applicant only to submit final written argument with no new evidence until 5 p.m. on August 4th, 2022. And at that point, the record shall be closed. The Board of Commissioners shall then reopen the hearing at 10 a.m. on August 11th, 2022 in room 32 of the Yamhill County Courthouse at the point of staff recommendation.
So moved. All those in favor,
Thank you, Ken. Aye.
signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same
Aye.
sign. Great, thank you. We will keep the record open and pick this up at staff recommendation on August 11th.
And thank you applicants and appellants.
Yes,
Good
thank
job.
you both. Okay, so we are going to come back into our formal session at announcements and let me look at here. Just briefly, term limits, we're going to take that up, sounds like next week, and revisit that issue.
Oh, yes.
I think it was supposed to be today, but we're gonna do it next week.
Yeah.
And then Yamhill County Derby Days is tomorrow and Saturday, so we're looking forward to the parade and seeing everybody there, especially our ambassadors. And then just a reminder, the Street of Dreams grand opening is next Wednesday in Newburgh, and you do have to have a ticket. So if elected officials want to go, there's a discounted ticket to attend. And that's all I had. Commissioner Sterrett, do you have any announcements?
No, Chair.
I'll
Okay,
save mine for
Commissioner
next
Fluid?
week.
Save them for next week? Okay, and just a reminder, we do have an executive session, so let's take a break in between, maybe 5 minutes, 7 minutes, so. Okay, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, Christian, Ken, Jody, no. Okay, I'm going to adjourn the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal and informal session for July 14th, and it is 1:57.